Here from Mount Kojko, the 2,228-meter peak in Kojko National Park, which is the highest mountain in Australia.
You mean
and also
Kosciuszko?
Eddie's house.
What were you saying?
You mean Kosciuszko?
What? No, Mount Kosciuszko.
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 Mount Kosciuszko. Chat, back me up here. It's the tallest mountain in Australia. It's pronounced Kosciuszko. We are here today on the top of Mount Kosciuszko, as you can see, for OSC King of the Hill. We're bringing it back here. I am, of course, host Yaku of the Zaku, the correct pronouncer of mountains. And here with me today is La Comita de Ashwagandha que contrarresta la maldición de la momia. Light_VIP. How we doing?
That was beautiful, Bobby. Welcome back, everyone, to another OSC King of the Hill. As you mentioned, your weekly dose of King of the Hill StarCraft. And we are back. We have our first series already. We have a PvP to kick things off.
Indeed, we do. What better way to kick off our King of the Hill, our best of ones, one after the other, then with a nice little PvP over here in the land of Europe, and kicking things off on a very, very ancient map here. It's Ancient System. We're over here in the bottom left-hand corner, spawning all the way in the bottom left. We have a purple Protoss player. We have Rostock.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player from the land of the Netherlands. Representing himself, currently teamless. Representing his familia, if you will, it is Hydra.
I think I shall.
Here we go. And yeah, it's been a while, Yaku. It's been a while since we've casted OSC King of the Hill together, so I'm happy to bring you on once again after so long. And yeah, it's a really unique format, something that we don't really see much of anymore in StarCraft.
Yeah, good old King of the Hills, obviously. For those who are unawares, it is a best of one format, and the winner of each map will stay on to face a new competitor. Whom? That's up to Eddie's discretion.
Exactly. That's up to Eddie. That's up to the admin organizer here of the entire event. So we are at his behest when it comes to the storyline that wants to be told. Who faces off against who? What kind of win streak are we going to be on? Who is going to be our King of the Hill? And coming into this PvP, it's kind of hard to call already here. I feel like Rostock and Hydra are both pretty closely ranked players here. They're both up-and-comers in the European region. They're both trying to break into that upper echelon of EU Protoss. But there's a lot of Protoss in the EU. It's really hard to kind of stand out amongst the rest. So, yeah, we see them both here tonight to determine who is going to be our first king.
Yeah, and I'm liking this. It's, like you said, going to be a very close match between two up-and-coming players. Confirms that at least one of them will be able to stay on and continue showing what you're made of.
Definitely. And you even touched on it yourself. You know, it's been a very long time since we have featured this map. It is ancient, as you said. Something unique to OSC King of the Hill is that we do have a unique extended map format where the map pool is extended. We did vote, actually. The players voted on which maps would be added to the map pool. Ancient Cistern is one of them.
Indeed, I believe the map pool that we're using is the current map pool plus 3 wild cards. Well, I say wild cards, but they're maps that, like you said, the regular players and members of OSC Elite do get to vote on. Maps from days of yore.
Exactly. We have Ancient Cistern, and I believe we have a couple of other big ones. It's going to be Death Aura and Nightshade as the other two.
Oh! Two very similar maps, at least when it comes to the aesthetic, from what I remember.
Yeah, for sure.
Very purple.
Very purple. If you remember, Death Aura was one of the first maps that featured the speed zones. Has the speed zones.
That was what it was.
But before we get too ahead of ourselves when it comes to the maps themselves, Hydra is throwing down a robot behind this. Is going to be reinforcing across the map with just a pylon. No gateway, by the way, but Hydra, he's going to be committing with this, and he has a lot of potential. Blink is not done for Rosso. These force fields, they can make or break a fight.
Yeah, that's absolutely important right now. Importantly for Rostock, though, he did scout this. A couple of force fields do get thrown down, but it's actually Hydra that is able to isolate the units of Rostock.
Yeah, he's able to, but we have the overcharge here, and with the help of the overcharge, Rostock, he will hold on. He will shut this down. Stalkers and Sentries going down, and Hydra, he gets punished for his push.
Yeah, very committed push, and one that didn't work out too well, or work out at all, really. I think he managed to kill one Stalker?
One Sentry.
One Sentry, and that was just about it.
Yeah, the units lost had tells a tale there. I mean, the push was brutal. I mean, the army sizes were quite similar with each other. The force fields were good from both sides, but it just goes to show the overcharge, right? We just kept everything alive with that shield battery, with that overcharge. We were within range, and just like that, Hydra, he's forced all the way back home. Behind this, he's going for a Dark Shrine follow-up, though.
May as well. You know, Rostock's Robo facility was very, very much so delayed. It's only started right about now. Forge is also only now getting started. There's absolutely zero detection potential here from Rostock. These CTs could just end the game.
They could do a lot of damage right now. I mean, the Dark Shrine is almost done. The Prism is already across the map, poised to warp in as quickly as possible, and we can get some damage done here. At the same time, we do see Rostock just establishing his third base, getting his army in position. He's going to try to go for a longer game, but here come the Invisible Men, and as you mentioned, no detection.
Yeah, one way or another, this game is gonna reach a conclusion.
Here we go, DTs are being morphed in, and meanwhile the Robo is done, Forge is done as well, but there is no Observer. Observer on the way here from Hydra. The Hallucination Scout finally does confirm the Dark Shrine, and here come the DTs.
Super important right now for Rostock to try to body block everything he can. Cannon goes down. That was a little bit of an unfortunate force field, at least at the start, but then again, Rostock did have Blink. So we'll be able to deal with this DT just as the Observer pops out. This game will continue. Yeah,
we're going for a Death Warping as well, but we catch the Prism, we catch it as we shut down the aggression here of Hydra. At the same time, the DT is still going ham at the third base. We are getting some extra damage done, which is nice, but the reality is that Hydra is down a base. Hydra does not have his third base up and running. He's still behind in the worker count, and he needs to get more damage done.
Yeah, and Rostock just isn't allowing him to get any of that damage. Great blinking to just get a little bit of a body block here as the Observer slowly makes its way into position. DT's finally dealt with, and like you said, Hydra is in a bit of a scary position. He does have Immortals. He was the first player to begin Immortal production, so that's definitely going to help him out a lot against his counterattack from Rostock, made up of pretty much just Stalkers, but at a certain point, you reach critical mass with your Stalkers, you can try to evade these Immortals and try to take out a base.
It's one of those things where he only has Stalkers, but he has a lot of Stalkers. Force Field's going to be thrown down. Zealot's folding as well. We do have a shield battery, we do have an overcharge, but the shield battery has been focused down. It's down to, again, only whole health left on it, and yeah, we're going to be avoiding the main army. It looks like with 3 Immortals, Hydra is going to be able to hold on.
Yeah. That's about critical mass here. The army supplies are looking in favor of Rostock, but not enough to really make up for the sheer amount of damage in these 3 Immortals. Rostock going in for a little bit of counter harass this time, checking at an angle that's a little bit tricky for Hydra to engage in.
Yeah,
probes. Quite a number of probes.
6 probes. 6 probes go down. It's a pretty substantial amount. The base itself getting low as well, and we do pick off a Stalker, so good pickups here by Rostock. Behind this, taking his 4th base here towards the southern portion of the map, and because of how large Ancient Cistern is, these bases, they're safe and sound, and there's no harassment going on here whatsoever.
Yeah, Rostock can just hang back. He has the map control, and there's absolutely nothing Hydra can do about it.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hydra, he just now did rebuild that War Prism, so now he can reinforce across the map. And to be fair to his credit, he does have a pretty hefty Immortal army. So if we did go for one big committed push, there is potential with this force from Hydra. But as the game goes on, as the game progresses longer here, Rostock with his superior economy will just overwhelm Hydra in just sheer numbers.
Yeah, what's interesting is that Rostock isn't teching up too far beyond gateway units. He is getting his upgrade, so pretty soon he's going to have +2, which is going to give him a massive window where he's 2 attack upgrades ahead of Hydra, but you know, he's not getting any Robo base, he's not getting any Templar Archives or anything like that, so he is just sticking to Stalkers and a couple of Zealots.
Yeah, as you're mentioning, Rostock, he hasn't taken his gas at his natural, he hasn't taken any gases at his third base, he's staying on a very low gas count. What does that mean? We have minerals, that means we are reinforcing with mass charge lot instead. We're going for numbers over quality here for Rostock, and is it going to be enough? He's pushing out across the map. As you mentioned, +2 is now done. He does have that massive upgrade lead.
And he is looking to take advantage of it. Will be forcing cancel on this 4th base. I am liking Hydra's army a little bit more, just because of the fact that he has these Archons and he has those Immortals, but Rostock's army is not anything you want to underestimate either. It is massive, and like you said, he does have that upgrade lead, a very significant upgrade lead.
Yeah, like +1 still finishing up here for Hydra. +3 is on the way for Rostock. He's up to 72 workers. Still no additional gases. That's going to be the sign of any kind of tech transition for Rostock, as we do see Hydra expanding towards the north side instead. Rostock is on the way to deny it. Meanwhile, here comes the main army. Rostock almost maxed out.
And this is the power of Rostock's build right now. His unit composition is that he just has so much army that he can't split up his forces, whereas Hydra has to fight as a unified force. He has to group his army together and have them fight as one.
Yeah, he has to rely on this death ball of a composition, and it's a death ball, don't get us wrong. I mean, that's a lot of Archons, that's a lot of Immortals, but here we go. Rostock is looking to engage, picking up a couple of Zealots here and there. The Prism is behind this to reinforce. The first Archon is not going to go down. Good juggling here at a Hydra.
Yeah, but it's only so much you can juggle, only so many units you can keep in that War Prism. Hydra, with the Immortals and with the Archons, is starting to break on top of this ramp. It's a huge concave that Rostock has set up, but it looks like the higher tech and the more efficient supply of Hydra is going to be able to chase us all the way back.
I mean, those Immortals, they put in a lot of work, and we didn't lose a single high-tech unit. Because of the juggling, the Immortals and the Archons all survived, and now Hydra is going to keep on pushing. Rostock a little bit on the back foot here, but he's now finally focusing on some of those Immortals.
Yeah, one of them just about goes down. None of them go down, actually.
Yeah.
That was picked up by the War Prism.
Yeah.
Yes,
he can juggle, Papi. I'm telling you, he's been able to save them every single time so far. Now here come those charge lots. We dive on top of the main army. Overcharge is going to be pumped, and Rostock, can he survive this?
Maybe with the best, battery overcharge in the world, he might be able to. But Rostock is starting to fight back. Is starting to take out a couple of Archons.
Yeah, finally, a couple of Archons are going down. You can see the shield stripped away from the remaining Archons as well. And Hydra, he's run out of steam. He has to back off. He has to retreat. He doesn't want to throw away too much. And Rostock has held. But you can see the supplies, they're evening up here. No, we're throwing away an Immortal. I say that, but so far, oh, it survives.
Somehow. Completely evades the army. Makes his way back on home.
There we go. He's going to be able to water all the way back home. At the same time, Rostock going for a big counterattack, but Hydra gets here just in time. There is no shield battery, though. There's no overcharge.
Yeah, it is a bit of a scary position for Hydra. Still down on upgrades, but he does still have the much higher tech army. How good is the juggling?
Oh, you see
Pretty
us.
goddamn good.
Yeah, we juggle for those Archons. The Immortals going ham as well, but the Zealots, they break through the defensive line of the Archons. We're getting on top of the Immortals, and it looks like Rostock has finally done it. He finally breaks through the army and dives on that Prism.
Will be able to take it out. There's just not much more that Hydra can do from here. GG is called Rostock. Gonna be our first king of the evening. Let's see if he is able to maintain that crown.
GG, well played. Rostock was able to, again, have a pretty solid early game, have a pretty solid, kind of setup getting into our 3-base saturation, defending against the DTs, defending against the harassment, and was able to overwhelm. But at the same time, I feel like we have to give praise to Hydra here because he was able to do a surprising amount with very little.
Yeah. Yeah. Just with one Warp Prism, a couple of Immortals, a couple of Archons, and a Dream. Some of the cleanest juggling I think I've seen in a very long time. He absolutely knew that the one advantage that he had was that he had higher tech units, was that he had more efficient use of his supply, and he knew how to make use of it. Unfortunately, that can only take you so far when you've been down a base for that long, and when you've been down on upgrades for that long as well.
Yeah, exactly. That's just over time, it was kind of like a war of attrition. Eventually, Rostock was able to overwhelm, but there was some good moments for Hydra in the end. He was able to hold his own and make a game out of it. Regardless, GG, well played. Rostock is going to be our first player to claim a win here. He is going to be our king of the hill for now. We'll see how long he can hold on to that crown, as we are soon going to have a contender, a challenger.
Indeed, we shall. As a wise man once said, you know, this land ain't high enough for two kings.
Who said that, Yaku? Who said that?
Somebody very wise.
Fair enough, fair enough. But yeah, you know, it's just too damn high. As we have our challenger, we have our would-be contender here. It's gonna be another PvP.
Oh boy. And they don't stop coming.
They don't stop coming. As you can see here on the screen, it's gonna be Rostock versus Ashbringer.
Indeed. Another very active player in, surprisingly, has been a lot more active in the EU region recently, I would say. But, you know, historically, I normally think of Ashbringer as a player who, funnily enough, is a little bit more active in some of the more Asia timed tournaments.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's great to see Ashbringer, you know, continuing to be active here, and again, he's very experienced when it comes to these online events. Rostock is a bit of a newer face to the scene, so we'll see if Rostock can hold on to that crown, or if Ashbringer can strip it away. I feel like this is going to be a little bit more of a chaotic one, a little bit more of an aggressive PvP.
Oh yeah. Ashbringer has kind of been honed in the fires of SOS and whatnot. SOS and Haas, back before Haas was an econ player, but here we go. Here we have it. Here on Oceanborn, one of our current maps in the current pool. Here in the bottom right-hand corner, spotting all the way in the bottom right, we have our Purple Protoss player coming from the land of Ukraine. He's, of course, going to be representing CSO Esports, our current reigning king of the hill. We have Rostock.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the teal Protoss player representing Team Starcom. It is the would-be usurper. It is Ashbringer. He brings the ash.
He does. But who brings the bro?
Oh. Oh, right. Yeah, for those who are maybe unfamiliar, Ashbringer, of course, that is Asher Bro's cousin from the land of Europa. Yeah. They are related. True.
Indeed. Yeah, both from the Ash clan.
They are. What does that mean? What is that? Are they pyromaniacs?
You know exactly what
they just burn everything? Is that...
in a way.
Or are they related to, like, Ash Ketchum? Are they... Is this Pokemon related instead?
Exactly. They're also related to, you know, Ash Trey.
Okay. Because they're Smogers!
Yeah!
There you go. It fits. It works.
It fits.
We had to stretch it a little bit, but it works.
It's their clan's secret technique.
Yes.
The Smoge.
The Smoge. Beautiful. As Rostock is going to be opening up 2 gates, so is Ashbringer, by the way, nothing too crazy. Yet, for quite some time, Ashbringer was known for just going for non-stop one-base all-ins in PvP, but it looks like here we're setting up for a more standard game here. You know, no proxies, no pylons, nothing crazy early on.
Yeah, a little bit of a pylon block coming out from Ashbringer, but like you said, no one-base all-ins. Things are looking like he's going to at least make a second Nexus. It's very rare nowadays, I think, ever since the Sentry buff, that we do see a lot of early game aggression from Protoss.
Yeah, exactly. Unless they ask for it. Like, unless there's like a max packs opener with like a gate expand, like something overly greedy. As, the probe comes back in for the cyber block. Let's go. Big delay on the natural base.
You love to see it, or at least I do. It's definitely a pretty large resource commitment. It will slow down some of Ashbringer's buildings, but he's still getting his star gate at just about the right time. He is still working on his natural back at home.
Yeah, and hey, it's faster than that of Rostock. You know, Rostock's still yet to expand. We do cancel in time. That is not a kill. We're able to cancel it, and now there's the expansion for Rostock. He has built up his army behind this, going for a Twilight Council opener, and thanks to the Hallucination Scout, Rostock did get eyes on the Stargate.
Indeed, he did. So he is going to be setting up back at home. Didn't opt for the Stargate this time, as Rostock didn't. Instead, he is getting a much quicker Twilight Council. Well, quicker compared to Ashbringer's, and he's going to be working on Blink just to be able to counteract the Oracles coming this way.
Exactly. Meanwhile, another hallucination coming in to confirm the follow-up. We confirm there's no second Oracle, there's no Phoenixes either. We can see that Ashbringer is also working on a Blink transition, and we'll see what the first Oracle can get done. Remember, Rostock did see it coming ahead of time, and Rostock is in position.
Yeah, 2 Stalkers could be following one of these probes. Will be able to chase away the first Oracle. Oracle pretty much just confirms that Rostock, he is in fact getting an upgrade in that Twilight Council.
Yeah, he confirms the opener. Another hallucination comes in. This is really, I mean, Rostock, he's been so consistent with this scouting here, with these hallucinations, and he confirms that it's going to be a Blink opener, that is not going to be a Dark Shrine, that there's no kind of a hidden building, at least not in the main or the natural. So, yeah, Rostock just being very secure in his build.
Yeah, he doesn't want to deal with the DTs again. Nice little bit of stasis warding here coming out from Ashbringer, just delaying the third base for quite some time, actually.
Yeah, as the Stalkers are kind of stuck over that third, Rostock has the money for it, but he cannot throw it down until that stasis does run out. And that means that Ashbringer can once again not just be the first to take a natural, but also take his third base as well. So you have the money for it, and it is turned down at around the same time as Rostock.
Yeah, but even still, whatever he can do to even out the odds is going to be useful for him. Since, you know, he did delay his economy a little bit to get this Oracle.
Exactly, right? That's the other thing here, is that this Oracle still has yet to pay for itself. I mean, the stasis was nice, but we're looking for some economic damage here, and we'll see if we can eventually get that. Meanwhile, Blink has finished up for Ashbringer. We're getting into our 3 base versus 3 base. A much more passive game here. I mean, sure, we had more of a mid-game between Hydra and Rostock, but here there's been a little bit even less action compared to that previous game.
Yeah, well, we didn't have any early game pushes with Sentries and Stalkers. We didn't have any Dark Shrines. No, we didn't have any of that.
Unfortunately.
Feels like it would be right up Ashbringer's alley, but yeah, this is a new era of PvP. This is a new Ashbringer.
True.
Coming forward.
Yeah, again, you spoke about it. I mean, these Sentry-based openers are so powerful now. They're so safe and defensive, and we're able to get into our 3 base setup. Meanwhile, the Oracle comes in, and finally we're getting some probe kills. Where there's Blinks up.
Little bit delayed. Ooh, will be able to take out the Oracle, which is pretty high value. Rostock has kind of been able to make his Oracle pay for itself, not just getting these kills, but also getting that delay earlier on with that stasis ward. But now this also means that Ashbringer has 0 Oracles in this game. He won't be able to, he won't have access to those revelations. He won't have access to any more stasis wards.
Yeah, and now there's nothing keeping Rostock back at home. You know, earlier he would have to think about maybe throwing down shield batteries or keeping Stalkers in his mineral lines. Now he can focus on his eventual push. He's on 3 base saturation, he's getting his 4th base, and now we can warp in, now we can push. Speaking of pushing, there's that warp prism, so we can reinforce across the map.
Yeah, once again, Rostock looking to be the aggressor, looking to not get too high in the tech tree and just focus on sheer quantity. He has a very high quantity right now, which he is going to be looking to supplement with a quick warp in of charge lots. Charge about to finish up for him, +1 about to finish up as well.
Exactly, here we go, and he does come across the fourth base. The fourth base is isolated, it's exposed, and the fourth base is going to be killed, not cancelled.
Huge pickup here from Rostock. Ashbringer's not going to be getting that refund to get even more, to get a couple more defenses up and running. The Stasis Ward is about to expire. Ashbringer is hoping that he can bait Rostock into this, but Rostock isn't taking the bait. Not yet, anyway.
Exactly, he's got a better concave, but the Immortals are coming in. We have the overcharge as well. Charge just now finishing here for Ashbringer. Once the army does back off, Rostock does have a little bit of momentum on his side, but here we go. Here come the charge lots.
And they're getting decent surrounds on top of the Stalkers, acting as a good enough buffer that these Immortals are able to get a couple of volleys into this army. Upgrades are even, and the army supply was a little bit in favor of Rostock, but now it's pretty heavily in favor of Ashbringer.
Yeah, those are some brutal trades there. Rostock, he lost 12 Stalkers in that fight. That was a big blow to his gas. He did kill one Immortal, but only one, and Ashbringer, again, charge kicked in just in time for that defense. And now the turns have tabled. Now Ashbringer is the one going for a counterattack.
Yeah, with a little bit of a better army, but I think Rostock has recognized that he's not going to be able to defend with pure Stalkers, at least not when the supplies are this even. So he is getting a couple of Immortals. He needs a couple more seconds to be able to get his defenses up and running. He does have shield batteries, I believe, about at third base.
Yeah,
he does have shield batteries, so...
Yeah, we have one shield battery in position. Here we go. Charge will dive on those Stalkers immediately. We do dive on top of the shield battery. We can use it for a second or two, but the shield battery does get focused out. The Immortal does come in. We're adding a little bit of support here, but boys, they have to be pulled.
Indeed, they do, and they do get pulled into the meat grinder. Immortal of Rostock does get focused down. Now Ashbringer has the higher Immortal supply, has the higher army supply in general.
Yeah, and with that, the final Immortal will fall. Ashbringer, he breaks the third base. Rostock forced to pull back to his natural. Looks like he's going to be able to barely hold on here, but again, what is he really holding on to? The third base is going to be forfeit, and here comes some more reinforcements.
Yeah, more reinforcements of Chargelet's act. That's a really good buffer on top of this. 5 GGs coming out here from Rostock. Ashbringer is our new King of the Hill for now.
GG. Are we not doing the Castle Park? Are we?
I wasn't sure what the protocol was.
Okay. Whenever we dethrone, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
GG. That is the call of the coronation call, we can call it.
There you go. GG, well played. Ashbringer does take it 1-0. Again, Rostock did have his own moments, and he did minimize his losses against the Oracle, for example, but he was delayed at times, and that push at the third base was brutal. Again, like, he was able to gain a bit of ground there, but the Immortals from Ashbringer were just doing so much in the back line. Charge finished up just in time as well, and that fight did not go the way that Rostock was hoping for, and that was kind of the beginning of the end, the first domino falling in favor of Ashbringer.
Yeah, this is definitely a world out there where Rostock would have won that engagement, and from there would have had enough momentum to keep that going, but Ashbringer was just doing such a good job of making sure that his Immortals stayed alive. He knew that was the one thing that was going to keep him in this game, and because he did that, Rostock ended up bleeding out way more Stalkers, and Ashbringer recognized that was his time, that was his opportunity to counterattack, and when he counterattacked, he counterattacked.
Oh yeah, exactly. He did, and he just could not be stopped in the end. Rostock he didn't have enough to defend. He did have that Immortal, which was helping, but it just was not enough. GG, well played. Ashbringer is going to be our new King of the Hill, and we'll see if he can hold on to that crown here as we're heading over to the Americas. We potentially have a challenger here, but it looks like he might be MIA. Quanta was supposed to be the next challenger, but he might be missing in action. If he is, maybe we can feature him later on, and we might have a replacement if we can't quite find Quantum.
Yeah, that's always something that we can do over here. Again, up to the admin's discretion, but usually they are quite accommodating. You know, if a player just isn't quite ready at the time, but there is another player available to play, usually that's what happens. I see Honmono in chat in the room.
I'm sure that Hung Mono is going to be involved at some point in today's broadcast. I'm sure of it. So we'll see who is going to be jumping in next. But yeah, I look forward to it, whether it's a Terran or a Zerg. You know, we've had a couple of PvPs already, and I expect to be seeing more PvPs throughout the night. But I'm more than happy to embrace a bit of a different matchup.
Has there ever been a King of the Hill where it's just 15 PvPs in a row?
We've gotten close.
I wouldn't be surprised.
I think we've reached like 10 PvPs or something, like in one OSC. Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot. 10 PvPs and 5 ZVCs.
Apparently. But yeah, we'll see. I mean, again, I feel like OSC King of the Hill is a really good way to kind of like test your mettle and really just, you know, be forged in the flames of versus Protoss, just because there are so many Protoss players that get involved here. Not just the players that we featured, but like all the Polish Protoss players, you know, like your Christianer, your Geralt, your Ziomek, your Bapis, of all players, and yeah, many others. There's a lot of Protoss here.
Yeah, a lot of Protoss out there. Shout out to Honmono here for posting the map pool for us.
Ooh. Okay, and we have confirmation, by the way. It is indeed going to be Honmono.
There we go. It's going to be deciding which map this takes place on. You know, which is the highest map that can accommodate the both of them.
Yeah, where are we headed? I'm curious here how Honmono wants to go about this. I mean, again, Honmono has a rotation. Okay, now I'm excited. Now I'm looking forward to this. Honmono, he has a very unique style of TVP. I'm sure you're aware of this, where he doesn't play macro.
Yeah. He refuses.
We pull the boys every game.
Every time. Well, we pull the boys if his initial opening doesn't immediately kill his Protoss opponent.
It's true. So, yeah, he's a very aggressive, very all-in player in Terran versus Protoss specifically. In some of these other matchups, he's more macro-oriented. He is more macro-oriented in you know, Terran versus Zerg or Terran versus Terran, but specifically against Protoss players, he's all about that aggression, all about ending the game early.
Yeah. Can't say I blame him too much. We all have our weaknesses in the late game, and sometimes they just so happen to be more crippling in certain matchups than others.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah. Exactly, as we are just going to be setting things up. Again, our players just need a little bit of time to sort out the map, to sort out the starting map and where exactly we're going to be featured on. For those that are curious as to how this format works, the King of the Hill has one veto. They have one map they can veto, and then the challenger can go for any other map in the map pool.
Yeah. It's challenger's choice, but with one veto. Which kind of makes sense. There are 12 maps that you can choose from, or there are 12 maps that are possible to play on. The King of the Hill chops it down to 11.
Okay. Let's go.
Let us go. And it looks like we do have our confirmation. Honmono did pick Oceanborn. The veto from Ashbringer was post-youth.
Okay. Yeah, it is going to be post-youth as the veto. We're going to be loading into Oceanborn as our next game. And we just need a moment here to set things up to get ourselves ready here.
Yep. Figure out server. We're going to be okay on... Yep. And here we go. Going to be loading on into Oceanborn.
Yeah, fun fact, while I was over in the land of Europa,
Aldi land, so to call it.
I did actually found out that specifically Europe and Australia have the same ping to US West. Or actually, I had better ping from Poland to US West, actually.
Yeah, it's the same distance. It's just different direction, you know?
Yeah.
One goes, whoop, and then one goes, whoop.
Exactly. With those sound effects. I was a little bit shocked by that.
Yeah, it also makes sense because Australia also has Aldis.
True. True. It was very upsetting because I was like, oh, okay, I just have better ping here to everywhere in the world. Let's go. So it was an interesting revelation that we had.
Especially to Taiwan.
But now we're getting into our next game. We're getting into our next best of one. And it's going to be on Oceanborn.
It is the underwater mountain, if you will. And here we are on Oceanborn, where we're here in the top left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top left on Oceanborn. In fact, I have a Teal Protoss player. He is, of course, going to be representing Team Starcom. We have Ashbringer.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Terran player representing Team Hyper 1. From South Korea, living in the land of Japan, it is Hon Mono.
The most honorable of honorables.
Oh yeah. What does that mean? That means he's gonna all in you.
Yeah. But with honor.
With honor, exactly. Here we go.
And honor.
But we'll see, of course. We'll see. Because again, Homono, even though he's a very aggressive player, he has a lot of different builds. He has a wide variety of different builds that he does like to flex here in this matchup specifically. So I'm excited to bear witness. Likewise, at this point, especially in OSC events, Hon Mono has a reputation. You know, a year ago, a lot of these European players did not know who he was and weren't really familiar with him. Nowadays, they know.
Yeah, they are well aware of his reputation. They are well aware that they need to keep their eyes peeled, hence why we do see Ashbringer with a little bit of an earlier scout. It's going to try to make sure that if Hon Mono is doing something a little unusual, he will have eyes on that.
Yeah, Hon Mono does go for an earlier wall off though, so Ashbringer sees nothing. He doesn't know if it's an economic opener or an aggressive one. We can see it's a double gas opener, so a faster factory, but for all Ashbringer knows, there could be a CC on the high ground, just a little bit further back. So Ashbringer is still trying to piece this together. Oh!
Yeah, and so far not too much out of the ordinary. There is a Reaper coming down, but that's pretty normal in TVP. Once again, for all he knows, Hon Mono just decided to play safe and get that CC on the high ground.
Exactly. Speaking of, the command center is going to be thrown down, so it's not going to be a one base all in. We're not going for a 1-1-1 or anything crazy like that. We're just setting up for our factory, and we'll see if we go for Reactored Reaper Hellion. If we go into Cyclone production, we'll see what kind of composition Hon Mono wants to go for early on.
Reaper Hellion for the time being. Not that unusual in TVP, but you think that the ratio of Reapers and Hellions is a little bit odd. I think at least a more economic way of doing this is to just stop at 1 Hellion and 2 Reapers, but Hon Mono's committed.
Yeah, as you mentioned, he's committed a little bit more here, going for another round of Reaper Hellion. Behind this, going for a Rax before the starport. There's another Rax as well. So this is going to be a 2-base push. I've mentioned this before, but this can turn into a 2-base all-in, and we can pull the boys with this as we're going to be building up a very hefty bio army.
Very hefty indeed. We're focusing entirely on just building those Marines and maybe a couple of Marauders, but here comes a very important scout from Ashbringer. And he will confirm the 3 racks, he will confirm the CC was delayed. Should be feeling a little bit more confident now. Homono just zooms on past.
Yeah, we missed the force field as well, but we do deviate away. Actually, Homono, he gets the hell out of the main base. He does scout the opener. He does confirm the Twilight Council, but he wasn't too fond of what he saw in the main base when it came to the shield battery, when it came to the Stalker, so Homono does back off, but he's aware of the blink. Oh, my apologies, it's not blink.
Yeah, you think it would be blink. Homono's probably expecting blink.
Yeah.
But it's charge instead. Ashbringer looking to fight aggression with aggression. A lot more gateways get thrown down.
Yeah, I mean, we did spot the Forge. The Forge is a little bit suspect here, as you would typically not get it with a Blink-based opener. That is where the gas is being spent instead, as of course Zealots are very mineral heavy. And we are getting up to 6 gateways here on 2 bases. We could even go up to an 8K 2 base all in.
Which would be absolutely terrifying right now. Homono needs to get eyes on this. He needs to know what the appropriate response is, which would be to defend back at home, wall up, get some tanks, and he is getting a bunker. Thankful, that's not a bunker.
I saw the bunker.
My mistake. That is a barracks.
Yeah, we have a Rax, we have a depot on the way here. Homono, he's going up to 4 Raxes, by the way, but as you mentioned, he hasn't accurately put this together. He just rechecked the main base, he saw the additional gateways, he saw the Forge, and he's ready for what is to come. He should be staying back at home.
Yeah, he should be hanging back a little bit, he should be calming down. He doesn't have a starport, which is worrisome. Starport is pretty good to get a Viking that can just active zoning if Ashbringer decides to come in with a War Prism. He does have that Robo Facility. There we go.
Yeah, there we go. The Prism is on the way, so Ashbringer's going to be pushing out, playing into Homono's hands. I was about to say that I want to favor whoever defends. Whoever pushes out is going to have a harder time breaking their opponent, and Ashbringer is transitioning. We do have a Bay on the way. That is for Colossus and Disruptors, and Ashbringer, he's working towards the 3rd.
Yeah, he's expanding. He did scout much earlier on, and he did scout the sheer amount of Raxes, but normally, with a 3 Rax like that, you would already see movement of the army coming this way. Ashburn goes in for a secondary scout, will confirm the sheer numbers that Homono has, but will confirm that they are back home. So Ashbringer is feeling pretty confident to, at the very least, finish up this 3rd base before he starts throwing down more shield batteries and getting more defensive units.
And here we go, we're pulling the boys up, we're going for the all-in. Now what's scary here is that Ashbringer, he skipped Warpins. He skipped Zealot Warpins to afford the 3rd base to transition to take up into a Bay into Colossus production. So Ashbringer's army is actually smaller than it otherwise would have been, and here we go, Homono is pushing in. Do we have a force field? We do not. Oh, we do.
Yeah, one more force field I think is available, but still very tiny army here from Ashbringer. I like what he was doing to try to slow it down, force these tanks to siege in the middle of the map. Once again, this is buying him some time to get his Colossus out, but at this point he really needs to have the best possible positioning in the world, because that's 5 tanks and a whole lot of Marines. That's an insane amount of firepower that's just gonna completely chew through the battery overcharge.
Yeah, exactly. The army is falling. The Zealot coming from behind, but the tanks are going ham. They focus down the Colossus. The Colossus goes down, and there's almost nothing left for the Protoss.
Yeah, battery overcharge was popped, and I think battery overcharge earlier on didn't even make that much of a difference, as there was just way too much firepower here, way too much explosions from the tanks shelling away at this Protoss army.
Yeah, exactly, and with that, we're pushing towards that natural base. There's almost nothing to defend. The boys are being pulled, and we can maybe get a tank, but GG gets pulled, and Homono takes down Ashbringer.
GG. Nicely done here from Homono. A little bit of game of we had a little bit of a game of chicken in the middle of that, as both players, I like it. This is what I love about OSC King of the Hill, and seeing these players who we don't often see against each other. That was just pure, well, it was supposed to be pure chaos, as both of them were had very, very aggressive builds, but at the same time, neither player really wanted to risk too much. It was, like we said, a little bit of a game of chicken at the start there, but then Ashbringer decided to call Homono's bluff and get a 3rd base. But it turned out Homono wasn't bluffing.
Oh yeah, yeah. It's one of those things where scouting was paramount for both players. Scouting was so important there, and because Homono realized what was happening, because he recognized that it was going to be charged and a very heavy gateway committed build on 2 bases from the Protoss, he stayed at home and he built up an even greater army. Otherwise, he would have pushed earlier. Otherwise, he would have hit a sim timing, but he didn't. He sim finished, he got a 4th ranks, he built up to 5 tanks, and he was just waiting. And then when he saw that his opponent had expanded, then it's his turn to commit to his all-in, and he recognized his opponent just would not have enough to defend, especially with pulling the boys.
Yeah. Which we all know Homono was going to do anyway, but it was even more effective this time.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things where, like, he did adapt to the situation, did refine and adapt his build based on what his opponent was doing. On the flip side of things there, I mean, it was just a really rough position for our Protoss player. He was hoping that Homono would push into him early on, and if he did, I would have favored Ashbringer there, but Homono didn't push, and Ashbringer, he just did fall behind in that army supply. GG.
GG indeed. And now it looks like we have a challenger on our hands, as Homono will be crowned as the current King of the Hill, but we do have a challenger on our hands, yet another Protoss player. It's gonna be Shameless.
There we go. Shameless is going to be coming up next here. As you mentioned, the Protoss, they don't stop. Not for now, at least. And Shameless, he has been on the up and up. He has been on the up and up as of late. We've been very impressed with how Shameless has been performing. He has really leveled up over the past 6 months. Like December, January, at the start of the year, he was looking very impressive and really surprising us, and he was able to take down bigger names in the European region. So I'm ready. I'm excited.
Yeah. We cannot wait. We do have our map on our hands. It looks like Post-Youth is gonna be a pretty commonly vetoed map tonight, but so instead we're going into Site Delta.
Here we go.
Here we go. Wait!
Oh.
It's being asked here from Homono.
Okay, he doesn't know who Shameless is.
Yeah, okay. Okay then. Yeah, just sorting out, there was a little bit of server confusion, but Homono understand. Light understands. I personally don't get it, but
Okay.
you know what?
You're like, I don't understand.
There is understanding coming. There is, but you know what? Some people understand, and that's good enough for me.
There you go. There you go. Up next, we have our Terran versus Protoss. Of course, Homono is now crowned our new King of the Hill, but for how much longer is the question? Can he hold on to that crown? As so far, we have not had more than 1 win for our Kings.
Yeah. This land ain't high.
Oh yeah, not high enough yet.
As we continue over here onto Site Delta, where we're here in the top left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top left, we of course have our blue Protoss player. He's going to be playing for Team Little Fairy. We have Shameless.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, our current King of the Hill, the red Terran player representing Team Hyper 1 from the land of South Korea. It is Homono.
In a matchup that is his preferred matchup.
Oh yeah, is it?
Well...
Is it one of those things
He's
where
pretty confident in it?
Is he confident? Is he good in it? But is it against like his better judgment? You know, is it like he hates it, but he's good at it nonetheless? Like that's his curse.
Is it an innovation situation where it's like he hates TBZ, but his win rate was still like 75% in the matchup?
It could be. I would not be surprised. I have heard Homono and his opinions on TVP in the past. And there's, as you mentioned before, there's a reason why he goes from nothing for nothing but all-ins, because he does despise the more macro standard play in TVP.
Well, here's the thing though, he hates the more macro standard play in TVP, but TVP allows him to go to pull the boys.
True.
What other matchup can he do that?
Yeah. Can't pull the boys against Terran.
Yeah. You want to pull the boys against Zerg? You get Baneling to the face.
You do. No wrong.
Or Lunkers in the face.
Yeah. Ah. There you go.
Or Fungal in the face.
You get a lot to the face. Yeah. But we'll see.
You could get Ultra Hugs, though.
You could. They do need those hugs. As Homono this time is going for an economic opener. This time he goes for a Rax Expand. Only a single gas to begin with. Just now going into a second gas, guys. So a very different opener here compared to what we saw in the last game.
Yeah, very different opener, but still an opener that leans well into aggression. That's a very early eBay. I support this.
Yeah, we're rushing into an early eBay. It's going to be for fast +1. Meanwhile, the Adept does get across the map. A good stutter stepping here from Homono. He does end up catching the Adept. Up.
And it looks like he just barely won't be able to. Oh, the shade was cancelled.
Shade was cancelled. The Adept is getting the hell out of here. At the same time, you can see the Marines trying to catch said Adept as well. And Shameless, it looks like he will manage to escape. Behind this, we're getting to an early Cyclone opener. Reason for this is, I don't know if you noticed, we skipped the Reaper. There was no Reaper for Homono. Homono has no idea what the opener is.
Yeah, he has no idea what the opener is, but he's been doing a pretty good job of denying Shameless any clues as to what his own opener is as well. Cyclone obviously mostly for safety, but he's going to get a second one, and he's going to be a bit more aggressive and a bit more active with it now.
Yeah, there's that fast +1. We're already pushing out across the map. By the way, we have Vanilla Marines. We have a Cyclone as well. The Cyclone, of course, the backbone of the army. We could apply pressure. We could break through, but there is a shield battery and an overcharge at the natural. Shameless should be okay as long as it doesn't get caught out of range of said shield battery.
Yeah, he needs to do everything he can to stay on this high ground. He cannot be baited out of it, as almost would have been disastrous, but Shameless very quick to pull back, very quick to retreat to the range of his shield battery. Homono knows that there's not much else he can get done from here, so he's going to go home.
Yeah, he backs the hell off. He bleeds out a couple of Marines, but nothing too major. Meanwhile, in the main base, we have how many gateways? 1 gate in the main. We have 2 gates at the natural. It's going to be 3-gate blink from Shameless, which is a very safe way to play this out. He will be getting map control, and he will be expanding and taking the 3rd base.
Slowly but surely. But once again, it's scary right now for Shameless because despite seeing that Cyclone or catching that Cyclone, he still has no idea what else beyond that Homono's up to back at home. As we can see, Homono has absolutely zero intentions of getting a 3rd base. Shameless expands. He needs to be very, very careful about it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure Homono is going to pull the boys. Like, this is a very different all-in. We already have +1, like really fast +1 here from Homono, really early tank production to Stim and Bio. We're going to be, I imagine, hitting a timing with these upgrades. With Stim, with combat shields, no starport yet. That is another big sign, of course, that we are going to be committing here. We could try to invest into medevacs, but if we don't, then it's going to be that 2-base all-in from Homono.
Yeah. Or even if we do get a medevac, it could still be a 2-base all-in.
Yeah, we can still just pull the boys. Like,
just for medevacs, yeah.
Oh boy.
Takes a little bit longer, but hey, it's worth it for healthcare.
It is, and here we go. Speaking of pulling the boys have been pulled. The Observer does spot the army, by the way, so Shameless has a heads up. He does have a Colossus in production as we speak. It's being chronoed as we speak as well, but is it going to come out in time?
Yeah, well, Shameless is going to do everything he can to try to buy himself some time. There's another benefit of pulling the boys like this, is that you don't have to stop to attack. You don't have to stop as often to attack these stalkers that are going to try to slow you down. But on the flip side, you don't want to bleed out too many of your SCVs, because otherwise you don't have much of a buffer left for your army.
Exactly, and you know what? We did not finish the third base, by the way. We did cancel it in the end. The tanks are looking to siege up. Stim is about to finish up in a couple of seconds. So is +1, by the way. Very crisp timing here from Honmono. He has his tanks, but we already have 1 Colossus, soon to be 2 Colossus.
Yeah, and they are in a pretty good position, all things considered. The boys have been re-pulled along with a couple of other reinforcements. A little bit of an unfortunate blink here from Shameless. Will be able to take out a tank. And at the same time, he also bleeds out units that he really does need in this defense.
Yeah, he lost 5 Stalkers there for the 1 tank, but I mean, still pretty good pickoff here. 2 tanks looking to lay siege upon that natural base. The gateway has fallen, and can we get closer from here? Bearing in mind that shield battery will provide an overcharge for Shameless, and now he's on 2 Colossus.
Yeah, 2 Colossus, doesn't quite have thermal ants yet. And Honmono needs to commit to this, or maybe not. He can send the boys back on home, I suppose. That's not something that I considered, that I ever considered as a possibility.
He's crazy. He's pulling the boys back home. Oh my god. I mean, he's getting a third. It looks like he recognizes it's too late. There's 2 Colossus. With 2 Colossus with an overcharge, we cannot push up this ramp, and now Honmono is going to contain.
Honmono's blowing my mind. I didn't realize this was an option.
Oh my god, this is a never seen before. Honmono expanding and taking a third base in TVP. And how is this going to work out for him? Because now we're up to 3 Colossus. Soon Shameless is going to break out.
Sooner rather than later. Very important to observe here for Shameless to be able to catch you on siege and to be able to take full advantage of this. Already going to be taking out both tanks.
Not just both, all 3 tanks go down here in the retreat. Honmono is in a lot of trouble right now. Remember, there are no medevacs, there was no starport, there is no sustain for this army. He is getting overstimmed, and now it's time for Shameless to go for his own push.
Just like so, Honmono does have a tank. He has a tank back at home, getting some Vikings out to deal with the Colossus.
Yeah, Vikings are interesting that he's still refusing to make medevacs. I mean, it makes sense, right? Against 3 Colossus, we need as much firepower as we can get.
Yeah, it does mean that he has to be very careful with his stims, but I'm guessing Honmono feels that if Shameless ever goes up this ramp, this bio is done for anyway. With or without medevac, so he might as well just try to take out as much Protoss as he can, and it will give him a little bit of a better shot at surviving. I was going to say, what advantage that Honmono has is that Shameless wasn't expecting him to expand, but Shameless as Scout does confirm that that is a 3rd orbital.
And we're floating it over as a ninja base, by the way. Honmono, he lifts it up. He's taking it as his 4th instead. I'm not so certain that Shameless saw that, by the way, so he might be in the dark as to what's going on. Honmono being a little bit cheeky here, but Shameless, he does have a booming economy behind this. We're on 60 probes already. Shameless doesn't push up the ramp, so Honmono, he's holding, he's surviving.
Yeah, he's holding, he's surviving, and he has that ninja. Which he's gonna mule hammer down. I'm pretty sure Shameless's adept saw the CC, but I guess Shameless himself didn't. But he's gonna scout anyway with Zealot,
I think the adept did see the command center, but I'm not 100% certain on that. So Shameless is still in the dark as to what's going on. Do you see a big Maynard here towards that ninja base? Honmono's gonna get it up and running, and now we're getting to medevac production. Now we're working on a 4 CC. Can Honmono get back into this?
It's actually looking more and more likely as this game goes on. Interesting choice for a 4th base, by the way, location from Honmono. Not going to be linking to that ninja. Yeah, it's going to be keeping it even more hidden.
Exactly, right? If he expands here linearly, then there's a greater chance that Shameless comes across the ninja base. So I love this expansion pattern here from Honmono. So far, this base is uncontested. If Shameless knew about it, he would be harassing 100%. Like, this base is so isolated, so vulnerable, so exposed, and Shameless has no idea.
Shameless thinks he's about to be up a base, when in reality he's going to be even on the base count.
Exactly. Meanwhile, the Viking count getting higher and higher. Ghost Academy is done, and Ghosts are on the way for Honmono, and Honmono is looking to stabilize. Now, Shameless is still going to be the first to max out. He's soon to reach 200 supply, and he's going to hit like a truck. Honmono, like, sure, he's survived this long, but can he survive the push of Shameless?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Depends on how well he lands EMPs. You know, he's got a pretty good position here with his tanks. He's got the Vikings in the air to deal with the Colossus. It all comes down to the EMPs.
Yeah, it comes down to the EMPs and the angle of attack. We have Shameless getting ready for a Zelarama here towards the south. We have Disruptor production on the way. Shameless now getting a 5th Nexus +3 about to finish up as well. The upgrades are looking solid. And once Shameless has those Disruptors, he should be pushing. But Hon Mono, in a couple of seconds here himself, he's also maxing out and he's incorporating a good amount of ghosts here. Like, he's holding his own.
He is holding his own, and he is holding on strong. Once again, I absolutely love Shameless's Observer positioning. He has full eyes on top of his army with that one Observer, and has full eyes on the potential expansion as well.
Oh. Speaking of,
his base gets scouted.
the base gets scouted immediately. Shameless, he's on the hunt. He's on the way towards that base. Homono evacuates as quickly as possible. The SUV is going to be saved, but what about the base? The CC itself is exposed, and Shameless, he should be able to get a kill on this. Homono should not try to defend. He's going for a base trade.
Is in fact exactly what he's doing. The orbital command, I was half expecting it to float into a corner, but it is going to just be taken out. And we are fully in Base Trade City.
Oh yeah, we're in Base Trade City. Bases are falling left and right. Homono does bust into the natural. He's going to camp that production. At the same time, though, Shameless pushing into the main. Disruptors are being thrown away, though. Or are they? Up.
Well, they haven't popped out their Purification Novas, and they have taken a lot of damage, but they will survive right at the end here. Shameless has a recall available, but will he utilize it? And when he utilizes it, where?
And meanwhile, Dark Shrine gets sniped, but there is one Dark Templar that was barely morphed in time. It's out on the map. If there's no more skins, then that DT can end the game. Meanwhile, we have control of the main base. And Homeowner, he's running out of buildings.
He is running out of buildings. He's lifting them, and he's trying to float them away to the other side of the map. But his orbital command is in a very, very vulnerable position. It is going to go down regardless. I don't believe Homono... No, Homono has a couple of SCVs somewhere.
They're in the main. They're here in the main base, and there's no way out for them. They're going to be hunted down. The CC here is not going to be canceled. That's a kill on the CC. And now Homeowner is going to be revealed. At the same time, he's also just committed to the base trade, but we have a ninja base on the top right-hand corner of the map. Shameless, he has buildings scattered all throughout.
Yeah, and all of a sudden, I'm no longer liking Homeowner's position whatsoever. I mean, he's barely got half the supply of Shameless. I want to believe in the power of the EMPs, but I do think that that can only go so far.
Exactly, and Homeowner just does not know how many buildings there are. The Raxes are being shut down one after the other. Gas guys are going to be falling here on the right side as well. We're running out of buildings. Like Homeowner, he has to take a fight. That's his only chance. Up.
CC gets thrown down.
Let's go.
Somehow one SCV survived and was able to throw down a new CC. Ghost goes down, and that's a little bit unfortunate here. The other Purification Nova doesn't quite land. There were a couple of EMPs, but I'm not convinced that it's going to be good enough here for Honmono.
Oh, the Colossus. One Colossus lives, by the way. The EMPs were good, but they're not going to be good enough. As Shameless, he breaks through the main army. He shuts everything down. Honmono running out of steam. GG gets called. And Shameless is our new king of the hill.
Honmono GG. And the pattern continues. Honmono will be dethroned, and Shameless is going to be picking up this crown. Everything fell down for Honmono the minute he decided to get a third base.
GG, well played. Honmono just letting us know what's going on. Again, yeah. GG, well played. Shameless, I should say, Homeowner, as you mentioned, decided to throw down the third base, decided to expand, and we all know what happens when that does occur. You know, expanding and Homeowner in a TVP, that does not mix well together. I mean, shout out to Shameless, though. He was able to get a good read on what was happening, and that's why he was so well settled into his two-base setup. He was so quick to just abandon his third and hunker down.
Yeah. Vision was absolutely key here. Shameless was doing such a good job of utilizing his observers to make sure that he had maximum vision, at least where we're relevant, at least on top of Hanmono's armies.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
And yeah, just like that, he knew exactly when Hanmono was going to be moving out. He knew exactly when Hanmono was unsieging and retreating. That was absolutely key for him. And with that, Shameless is going to be our new King of the Hill, but we already have a challenger lined up.
We have a challenger. We're heading over to the European server here to determine whether or not we can finally get more than one win on the board. It has been a very, very chaotic back and forth King of the Hill so far. Not a single person has gotten more than one win. Will that change here and now, or do we just change crowns again?
We're about to determine that. When you say change crowns, it sounds like there's more than one crown.
Oh.
Which is the other way around. No, there is only one crown. We're changing heads.
Hey,
that's what we're changing.
Exactly.
We're just taking it off and swapping it on.
Changing all the heads here as yeah, we are just setting things up. Looks like we have our vetoes. Shameless is going to be vetoing Dynasty, which makes plenty of sense, and our map of choice is going to be Nightshade.
Here we go. Another one of those classic maps. I don't think I've seen Dynasty played in a very long time.
Yeah, I mean, that's the great thing about WTL is that WTL forces maps, and that's like the only time you get to see it.
Yeah.
It is the only time.
Yeah, it looks like I'm having trouble logging into EU.
All good. Might just have to restart your client or log in from the BNet app or something. It's all good. We can wait.
Okay. Let's restart the client real quick.
But yeah, our next matchup is going to be a PvP here. I think I mentioned the map before even the player.
Yeah, that did in fact happen, but I like keeping chat in suspense.
There you go. As our next
Guess who it is.
Our next contender is going to be Spats, the German Protoss player.
Ooh. Not to be confused with Stats.
Yes.
The other Protoss player.
Yes. Not from Germany though.
Well, in his heart.
Oh boy, so the PvPs are back. We had a brief reprieve from the Protoss 3 Protoss with Hanmono having his own stint. But alas, we are back to where we belong, and I'm really curious to see how we play this out. Like, we've already had a pretty wide array of different PvPs so far. No proxies and cheeses yet, but I'm holding out hope.
Yeah, we've had some PvPs that were more chaotic than others, but like you said, no proxies, no one bases. It's power of the century, man.
Yeah, power of the century. We'll see if that trend continues. See if that does go on here. Oh, how things looking on your end, Pat?
I'm loading.
Okay. Yeah, feels BattleNet, man. Like it happens sometimes. It happens.
Yeah, feels BNet.
Okay. Well, I guess.
Yeah.
I was gonna say that I guess we might just start here. I can share my screen.
That works.
It's not ideal, but yeah, we just give you time to.
Yeah,
I don't want to.
works.
Yeah, I don't want to have our players wait too long. Don't want them to wait too long here as we dive into our next best of one. And again, we're going to be featuring one of the older maps in the map pool from years gone by. It's been years back.
Yeah.
It's been years.
It's been years. Sometimes I forget that it's been years. Sometimes I forget what a year is.
Yeah, a lot of it blends together. A lot of, especially the COVID era of StarCraft, like it's all just all 1 year in my mind. And I mean, we're past it at this point. You know, now we have offline events once again, and yeah, it's It's been really cool to see the game continue afterwards as well, in a different kind of setting, right? You know, we've got the Esports World Cup on the horizon. No longer is IM Katowice the World Championship, which is kind of weird to say and weird to think. Oliveira still the reigning world champion as well. Still.
Yeah, technically speaking. When was the last time Katowice wasn't a world? Actually, 2020. I think was the last time Katowice wasn't a world championship.
Well, even before 2020, it was still a world championship, but it was like the IEM circuit world championship.
Yeah, 2016. 2016, it was part of ESL, not ESL, DreamHack Spring.
Yeah.
Just combined it into that, and then before that, I want to say 2013 or 2012 at IEM Katowice, but the world championship was in Germany.
There you go. Meanwhile, we are loading into our game, and we can now set up for our next best of one. Spawning in the top left-hand corner of Nightshade, we have our... Sorry, bottom right-hand corner of Nightshade, we have our German Protoss player, the blue Protoss representing Berserker Esports, our new challenger. It is Spats.
And spawning over here in the top left-hand corner of Nightshade. We of course have our red Protoss player, the current reigning king of the hill. He's going to be representing Team Little Fairy or Twisted Fairy, depending on which cannon you want to use. We have Shameless.
Here we go. The PvP is upon us, and again, Nightshade is a map from many years gone by at this point, but we mentioned it before, we do feature an extended map pool here in this tournament, so it's great to be back on Nightshade. And yeah, it's exciting to see that players are still fond of it, players still do pick it, despite how long it's been out of the map pool.
I remember Nightshade now. Has that little choke point towards the natural base, has 2 ramps leading up to it, as a matter of fact.
Yeah, multiple points of elevation. You know, this third base a little bit more wide open, especially if you knock down these rocks. You can lay siege on it from multiple angles as well. But a PvP, I don't know how much that really comes into play, just because of how chaotic things can be. For now though, there's no proxy pylon. For now, it's going to be a 2-gate opener all around.
Yeah, I will say in PvP it's pretty good for DTs. They camouflage even better. It's a little bit of a darker map. Not quite on the same level as Darkness Sanctuary, but still a lot of gray and still a lot of black.
Yeah, Darkness Sanctuary, that was a map. That was
a map that literally had to be changed halfway through a tournament.
Yep.
Had to be updated halfway through a tournament.
Just so we can see, just so we know what the hell's going on. God, that was quite a time. But for now, it's a 2-gate opener versus 2-gate opener. It's going to be double Adept from Shameless, double Stalker here from Spat instead. Or sorry, Sentry initially into double Stalker. So we do have quite a different setup here. Shameless can be a little bit more aggressive, but for the most part, Spats is aware of what's going on.
I'm surprised that less than every single Protoss player are going double Sentry in the new patch.
Yeah, there's still a couple of players that want to be more aggressive. The Adepts do make it across the map here, but we have plenty of Stalkers to deal with this. Hallucinations moving out across the map, and we should be able to wall off here just in time with that shield battery.
Like so. Adept even gets taken out by a Stalker, just like so.
Good pick off here from Spats. He will secure his position back at home. The final Adept is going to be chased down, even by these other Stalkers, and Hallucination is going to come in for a full scout. We get eyes on the expansion, so now we know it's not a one-base all-in, and we also get eyes on our tech.
Yeah, going to be a Robo Facility to kick things off of here for Shameless. No Twilight Council just yet.
Yeah, meanwhile, it does look like the stream is struggling a little bit.
Oof.
Yeah, we had this earlier, so Does look like the stream is struggling a little bit here, so we'll try to clear things up. For now, it's going to be a robo opener, as you mentioned, going into Immortals, and I guess while you sort things out on your end, I guess I'll further cast Mappy. I'll further cast the rest of the game.
A radio.
Oh, good. I'll see you back after the game. As we're settling in again, it looks like my internet can't quite handle both streaming and also Discord sharing as well, so that's why there was some latency, some buffering going on the stream. So I do apologize for the buffering, but everything should be back to normal here as we're settling into our PvP. Shameless getting his natural waste up and running, so is Spats. Spats working towards a faster blink, Shameless working towards faster immortal production instead. That hefty immortal count can really pay off here for Shameless quite well. It is going to be a great way to make up for his lack of blink stalkers. And I'm curious if he's going to be going for charge alongside these immortals, or if we go for blink and try to catch up nonetheless. We'll see what upgrade we go for. Hallucination once again confirms the Twilight Council. It's going to be Glaives, not even charge or blink. Okay. It is going to be the third option instead. It's going to be very aggressive, very committed by Shameless. For those that are curious, Glaive adepts do not scale amazingly into the mid to late game, which is why charge or blink is more valuable here. This is going to be a more short-term solution. It's a good way to dive on an army and to snowball out of control. Shameless is going to be committed. It's looking like a 2-base all-in. Yeah, with 5 more gates on the way, we're doubling down here on Immortal Adept. Meanwhile, Spats back at home, getting his 3rd base up and running, is still working on his Blinkstalker army. The Hallucination Scouts have been really good from Spats, and once again he's coming in and he should confirm the lack of 3rd, which he just does, and the abundance of gateways. So Spats now aware that something is wrong, something is amiss. Chipping away at those Immortals does trigger those shields. And do we dive into the main? Up! No, there we go. We do dive into the main base. We're going to be able to pick off a couple of workers and slow down the army of Shameless. Probes are going down. We get 3 already. 3 probes. Do we have a recall? We do. 1 Stalker gets left behind, but the army does recall back home. 3rd base is up and running, sure, but we can't overinvest. We can't be too greedy. Because of the 2-base all-in, looking at the armies here, we have 3 Immortals. 3 Immortals, the Warp Prism, 6 gateways to reinforce here with Mass Adept. And Spats is working with a almost purely Blinkstalker army. Charge. Oh, it's not going to be done in time, or is it? It is being chronoed. Charge almost complete. Shameless moving out with everything he has. And can he catch the Prism? He wants it! He wants it in the Prism. It goes down. Big pick off here for Spats. War Prism has been shut down. We throw down the force fields. We slow down the army. A brutal choke point there for Shameless. He cannot push in. He's trying to, though. He's forcing his way up the ramp. The Immortals, they're stuck in the back line. There's so much wasted DPS there from Shameless. But he's breaking through nonetheless. He shuts down the shield battery, goes through the cannon. That's a lot of Stalkers, though. And do we pull the Voids? We may have to. And force fields once again. Stalkers are pulling. Voids are being pulled. And can we focus down those Immortals? We're down to 3. 3 Immortals left. Oh my god, but they're untouched. Those Immortals, they go into town. The Immortals go ham and they're shutting everything down. And they just snowball out of control. Stalkers are falling left and right. More Adepts come in to reinforce. Those 3 Immortals, they barely are going down. Finally, we get 1, we get 2. We get 2 Immortals, we killed 22 workers, but we're on 3 bases. Spats is still on 3 bases, but here comes another wave of Warp-ins. The Warp Prism has been rebuilt, and it looks like Shameless has too much. He has done it, he has broken Spats. Spats down to a handful of Stalkers. Again, despite killing the Warp Prism, things weren't looking too bad for him, but again, those 3 Immortals killed so many Stalkers. It was 16 Stalkers going down for 2 Immortals. It was insane. And he can't do anything. GG. Shameless is going to be our first player. He's going to be our first player to claim more than 1 win here. He is still our King of the Hill. GG.
Nicely done. This bodes well, I would say.
GG, well played. Shameless, he starts the first win streak of the night here. The first win is, or the second win is finally on the board. And Shameless, he breaks the curse.
Yeah. And it will never be broken again.
Aye. We'll see, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. He still does have 10 more challenges ahead of him. And that's a lot of challengers, if I do say so myself.
As you
Plenty of, yeah, he needs to win every single time, but a challenger only needs to win once.
There you go. I was just mentioning here that you just mentioned 10 matches left. We are a third of the way through. The broadcast. It's 15 best of ones. We have 5 already in the books. And Shameless is our first to go on a bit of a longer streak here. Our king, long may he reign. 2 wins already on the board, and our next match is going to be on the European server once again. But this is not going to be a PvP.
I was worried you were going to say, we'll switch it back to NA. And I'm like, I just logged it to you. I just got it fixed.
It's okay. I got you, Bobby. I got you.
Yeah. We're going to be staying on here on the EU server, and we are going to have not, in fact, a PvP. It is, in fact, going to be a PvT.
Huh?
Coming at ya.
A Terran player is going to be stepping up instead, and who do you have on your mind here? Again, a Terran player from Europe. We have a pretty wide array of Terrans. Okay. True. Clem? Could be Clem. Could be.
Yeah. Terran player from Europe. Who else is there?
It's the only one. The only one.
Yeah.
I mean, it's Clem and Kelliser.
We Gabe. Clem and Kelliser. That is true.
But yeah, we're just waiting for our player to reveal himself here, and then we can jump into this. Again, if our player is missing in action, then I'm sure we have plenty of others here to take his place. I saw Fiant in the chat. I saw Mixu in the chat as well. We have some. We haven't actually casted a single Zerg player yet, but I'm sure we will eventually.
Yeah. Eventually, they're gonna be coming down. You know, it is still daytime from what I heard over in other parts of the world, so
crazy.
Yeah. Funny how that works.
It's crazy how, you know, there can be some people living in the day, some people in the night as well. Here it's midnight in Australia. It's getting late.
Yeah.
It's getting a little bit late.
So it's kind of in the middle of that, you know. It is night, but not quite.
Not quite shade.
Wait, I just realized something.
Uh-huh.
What time does the sun go down?
I mean... Wait, in Singapore, in Australia, in general? Does it ever go down?
Does it?
That is the question. As there's a reason why I couldn't find our opponent, by the way. That's an interesting name in game.
They are using a pseudonym, yeah.
But it is...
I'm itching my head.
It is going to be Shameless versus Milky Cow.
There we go. Using a very interesting name indeed.
Does that mean anything? Do I want to know what it means?
Do I want to read it out in case it, in case we accidentally offend someone in a language that we don't speak? Goratsuski.
Yeah, I'm not getting anything. I'm not.
Could just be a name.
It could.
Well,
it could just
apparently
be a name.
when I put it into Google, literally the first
Thing is Milky Cow?
result is Milky
Yeah.
Cow. Milky Cow suit. His pseudonym of Milky Cow.
There you go. Confirmed.
Confirmed.
Could just be his name.
Well, it looks... Well, if you squint a little bit, and you kind of have blurry vision, it looks a little bit like Goat...
Okay.
Sky.
Okay. Hi.
Hi? Like the king?
Of
the hill?
Yeah. Well, let's see if his name helps him out here as we're diving into our next game. Shameless, finally, we have a player on a win streak. He's the first to get 2 wins under his belt. Can he get even more as we're loading into Amphion for the first time tonight?
Yeah, surprised that this is Milky Cow's pick. Wouldn't normally expect it to be selected in a TVP, but it's not a bad map for Terran. Definitely a lot of tank positions that you can go for. It's actually kind of interesting. I think somebody pointed out that in the current patch, tanks are more commonly used in TVP than Widow Mines.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not just because of Widow Mine nerf. It's more to do with the layouts of the map, of the maps lending themselves really nicely to tanks in TVP.
Oh yeah, and also the prevalence of Blink Stalkers in TVP as well. So you need those tanks to survive, to defend, to fortify yourselves as well. So we'll see what kind of style and composition we do see from Milky Cow. He's generally a bit of a unique player here in the European region. He's very stylistic.
Definitely very stylistic, a player who does kind of do his own thing. He is, of course, going to be spawning here in the bottom left?
Yeah, you got it.
Left-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way here in the bottom left. We have a blue Terran player coming out from the land of Russia. He is, of course, going to be representing CSO Esports. We have Milky Cow.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the red Protoss player representing Team Little Fairy, our current king of the hill, with 2 wins under his belt. It is Shameless.
Big fan of that apple juice spray.
Yeah, he's always got the juice.
Yeah, he's juiced.
He is juiced. He's hydrated.
Yeah.
Full of sugar.
It's got them vitamins.
There you
well,
go.
I don't know what kind of apple juice they drink over here in the lore of StarCraft. Do they have apples? They have Fruitland.
They do have Fruitland. They do. True. Fruits are confirmed in the universe of StarCraft.
There we go. So it's probably not just sugar water.
But at the same time, hold up. At the same time, though, if you remember, on Fruitland, you would mine the lemon, and the lemon would give you minerals.
Yeah.
So does that mean that at least gold minerals are actually citrus?
Edible?
Yeah. Are they like sour?
Citrus? Do they give you vitamins?
Vitamin C.
Vitamin C? Give you minerals?
I mean, look, I'm just saying that.
Wait, hold up. Are we actually mining minerals for nutrition? Is that
are we actually healthy? I mean, that would make sense for Zerg, right? Because it's not like Zerg are like, mining things to sell like on the market. Like they don't have like a structured economy like that. They're eating the minerals and they're evolving.
Exactly.
Yeah, that vitamin C.
It's all about them vitamins. They're staving off scurvy.
Yeah, there you go.
That's actually why you have to mine, because if you don't mine, you get scurvy.
There you go.
Then you have to go home.
The pirates.
Yar.
What are we talking about? It's gonna be a Twilight Cow to open out of Shameless. We're settling in.
Very versatile. We're settling in for a normal game. Well, normal-ish, as Milky Cow has skipped out on the Reaper. And they decide to just go for the reactor Marines, and is also getting a Cyclone. Ooh, Shameless. Able to slip a Marine into the main base of Milky Cow. We'll be able to confirm the 1-1 coming this way.
Ooh, exactly. So big scout here by Shameless. As you mentioned, it's able to get a full scout. The Adept is stuck in the main base. We do get 1 SCV so far, but the Adept should be hunted down. Do we get another SCV? Oh! Ooh.
Barely do not. 1 health. Literally 1 health remaining.
The 1 HP SCV does survive. As you mentioned, it's going to be a 1-1-1 setup here from our Terran player. Meanwhile, we have 0 scouting information. It's going to be Blink from Shameless, and it's only going to be 2-gate Blink from Shameless, a very economic build as he goes straight into a third base.
Yeah, it's something you can get away with. You can get away with here on Amphion. Just with how the map kind of lends itself, you have a very, very safe. Well, it's not as safe as the other map, as the other base behind the mineral line, but still fairly. But it's still a position that's fairly fortifiable. You know, you still have that high ground.
Yeah, I mean, upon scouting the 1-1-1, we're fully aware that there's no, like, big committed push coming our way. There's no Hon Mono build of, like, delaying the starport and going for 2 more maxes first, for example. So Shameless, he knows he's safe and sound, and he's going to be able to settle into his 3-base setup. At the same time, a mine jump is coming into the main base. Finally, we get some scouting information, but Shameless is very quick to react.
Yeah, very quick to pull away. Only a single mine, which is, yeah, a little bit of a rarity. I feel like it's always been a rarity.
Yeah, single mine jump is a bit of an oddity, as you mentioned. I mean, we get a full scout of the main base, and we are researching +1 air attack?
Apparently.
This has to be a mistake, right?
There's no Stargate.
Yeah, there's no Stargate.
And that's a forge.
Yeah, that is a forge. We have charge.
There's charge.
Like, part of me was thinking that maybe he was getting it when the scout came in to, like, fake out his opponent, but he hasn't canceled it, not yet, and here comes the drop back in. We do confirm that the Cybercore is researching, by the way. Mindshot is going to be going off. We do split in time. Nice unburrow out of Milky Cow. Up! Up!
Yeah, really looking to maximize the amount of probes that he can get with this, even retargeting while he can. But finally, it has been dealt with. Okay, now we should see the cancel.
Now we should see the cancel.
But we don't.
Okay. That +1 air attack.
We're gonna have +1 air attack.
There you go.
Okay. I'm
mean,
excited now. We're gonna be gearing in eventually into Stargate.
I don't think we are. I don't think we are, Yaku.
That's 5 more gateways got thrown down.
Yeah, 5 more gates get thrown down. It's going to be an 8-gate setup here from Shameless. So 8-gate 3 bases. We don't take any gases at the 3rd base. We're going into a mass charge composition. And Shameless is soon to push out.
+1 air weapons got cancelled.
Oh, let's go!
It was a fake out!
It was a fake out! And Milky Cow's pushing in. I'm curious if he thinks that there's going to be a Skytoss transition, then he's not going to be ready for the mass charge loss. It's about to meet him here in the face.
Yeah, but he does confirm the charge lots over here, and this is a lot of open ground. Milky Cow doing whatever he can to guard that tank, but it will end up falling. A lot of bio does get bled out as well, and all in all, I would say wasn't the cleanest defense here for Shameless, but still much better for him than it was for Milky Cow.
Yeah, I mean, he traded Zealots for a tank, so a very nice trade for Shameless. He's getting his 4th base behind this, working towards the rest of his charge lot setup here. And now Milky Cow is more aware of what he's up against. You know, he may have seen +1 earlier, but now is aware of the charge lots. Double drop coming in, but we are in position, and the drop is going to be denied.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Milky Cow here, he has to actually mine through those minerals in order to have his bio attacking.
Oh.
But we do have a little bit of a multi-prong as Milky Cow does attack once again with the bio that was in the middle of the map, and he does go for that drop right into the main base as well.
Yeah, we do rotate over though, and the drop of the main base doesn't get much done. Mindshot goes off. We keep the Forge alive. We keep the gateways alive. Shameless does defend, but did lose a lot of Stalkers here on the right-hand side. Looking at the resources lost, it was 5 Stalkers, and 1 Immortal went down to the drop on the right-hand side. Very good pickoffs here by Milky Cow.
Yeah, Milky Cow behind all of this is still mining. He is going to be harassed a little bit by those Zealots, but he was still mining. He was still producing units. He has been training better throughout this game so far, and with that, he's going to be able to just keep pummeling Shameless with push after drop.
Exactly, and Shameless, can he keep up? I'm concerned for him. He will spot the drop, reinforcing the main army. As the main army gets ready, the charge lot run by does get into that 3rd base, but we have reinforcements back at home.
Yeah, quick pull away here from Milky Cow. Gonna be minimizing the amount of SCV damage that's gonna get done here.
Yeah, charge.
Zealot's gonna be splitting decently well, but still getting hit a little bit by these Widow Mines.
Yeah, mine drones go up, decent connections here, but the mines are cleaned up. We dive on the main army, but there's no splash damage. The Colossus is still on the way. Without that Colossus, Milky Cow is still trading well.
Yeah, it's very delayed. Was a very delayed Robo Bay coming out here from Shameless. A little bit of a delayed Thermal Lance as well. Stalkers are in position and will be able to catch a medevac full of units. Great pickoff here from Shameless.
Very nicely done. The drop is going to be punished here. Shameless taking another base. Finally taking some gases as well here at the 4th base. Still hasn't taken all of his gases at that natural. That is why it took a little bit longer to get into the Colossus. But he has survived, and now we have a Colossus up and running.
Yeah, Shameless has survived. He survived long enough that, you know, despite not trading as efficiently as Milky Cow here throughout this game, he still has a very solid economy. It has not been touched whatsoever, and now we're about to see his, I would say final form, but he still doesn't have +1 air weapons, so his penultimate form.
Yeah, he's getting there. He'll get there eventually, I'm sure, as we're getting back to the double Colossus. Meanwhile, we do see Milky Cow pushing out on the right-hand side, is working on a Viking transition and Ghost production as well, so he's refining his forces, but he's not quite there yet. He's still mainly working with Marine Marauder, and he's going for a split push, but he's running into the main army.
And an army that is much stronger than it was before.
Yeah, exactly.
But also an army that needs to... Yeah, that needs to fight us one and isn't as mobile as what Milky Cow has here.
Exactly, as Milky Cow trying to pull him apart, but for the most part, Shameless is able to keep up. I say for the most part because the drop comes back in on the right-hand side. We deny the warp in and we deny the overcharge.
This base is absolutely going to be forfeit. A base is going to be absolutely forfeit as Shameless just doesn't have the supply to really split up his army. He's going to be able to clean out one of these drops, but like we said, at least one base was going to go down here.
Yeah, the Nexus does fall. On the left-hand side, Shameless he defends, but now we're getting probe kills here in the center base. The bay is exposed as well. We could try to snipe it. We think about it for a moment. We will back the hell off. We will retreat, and the drop comes back into the main base, but this time Shameless, he's in position.
Very important blink here from Shameless to be able to take out all of these medevacs, actually. Doesn't take it out before one of them manages to unload, so there's still there's still a little bit of damage to be had. There's still a little bit of damage that Milky Cow is getting, and now it really does look like Shameless has been stretched a little bit too thin.
I mean, again, Shameless's main army is so terrifying. Like, he has 4 Colossus, and he just wants a fight. That's all he wants. He wants to engage with the main army, but Milky Cow has not been allowing him to, but here we go. It looks like Shameless, he's had enough. He's pushing across the map. He's had enough defending.
Yeah, Ghosts go down. Not too many MPs were able to get thrown out before they go down as well.
Yeah, it's one of those things where we cannot defend against the main army. GG gets called. Milky Cow was pulling Shameless apart, and eventually Shameless, he got fed up. He's like, enough. I'm just gonna kill you.
Yeah.
He just moves out across the map. GG.
GG, and with that, Shameless is gonna continue to reign right on top of the hill. Milky Cow put up a very strong fight. Looked pretty close for quite some time, but like you said, eventually enough was enough. Shameless, who wasn't trading well for the most part, still had a very strong economy, still had a very strong economic base, and yeah, once he hit that critical mass of Colossus and didn't have anything holding him back anymore, Milky Cow just kind of knew. And there wasn't much else he could really do to keep himself in that game. There wasn't much he could do to defend against what was coming his way. So GG, Shameless gonna be continuing his reign.
Yeah, his reign does continue here, and we'll see if anyone can stop him. Can anyone slow him down? Can anyone usurp our King of the Hill? As we are going to be featuring our first Zerg player of the night.
Indeed we are. Indeed we are. It's going to be, once again, continuing on the EU server. It's going to be the other Zerg player from Finland. Not Tukaliang. It is Mixu.
Let's go. Here we go. As looks like we have our vetoes coming in. So Shameless vetoes post youth, and Alkione is going to be our map of choice from Mixu.
Indeed, it is. Mixu actually chose the map before Shameless vetoed, so fortunate how that worked out.
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah, is fortunate in the end. And yeah, we're going to be featuring our first Zerg player here. Mixu, I do think, is pretty comparable in skill to Shameless. So this is going to be an interesting one here. Again, we're going to be seeing Shameless's PvZ for the first time tonight.
Indeed, we are against our first Zerg player of the evening.
Oh, yeah. Here we go. Once our players are ready, we will, of course, dive into this. Meanwhile...
Yeah. Indy going to be joining us here, so we're just going to be letting him know what the result is so far.
There we go.
If that is Indy.
It is. I'm just making sure he's in the right
Okay.
place, because I don't know if he's casting another tournament. Okay, we're good.
Yeah, gotta try to clarify that, but yes, it does look like he is going to be jumping in on this. Clarifying whatever we can as we have our map ready, we have our lobby ready, we're going to be jumping in.
Oh yeah, we're jumping into our next game. Here we go. I was just concerned because I know that Iddy was actually casting, there was a Wardy tournament going on. There was like a Wardy Korean Battle Royale, and he was covering that, but it looks like that has since wrapped up.
Indeed. So now we're going to be getting more observers here on the hill.
Oh yeah, here we go. We're going to be diving into this best of one, and I'm sure we're going to be featuring some more Polish players as well as the game goes. Sorry, as the event goes on. We have yet to really dabble into players like Spirit or Geralt or Cristiano or any of the other big Polish players that are part of OSC Elite.
Yeah, not just yet, but it is winding down over there in the land of Poland, so should be getting a little bit more available as we continue our reign here on Alkione. Over here in the bottom left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the bottom left. We, of course, have our red Protoss player, going to be playing for Team Twisted Fairies. No, Little Fairy, occasionally Twisted Fairies. We have Shameless.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the Finnish Zerg player, the Blue Zerg representing Berserker Esports, our first Zerg player of the evening from the land of Finland. It is Mixu.
One of those, for the longest times, one of those contenders who I think were just one tier below the absolute top players in the EU region.
Oh yeah, it's been an up-and-comer for a long time. You know, when I think of the up-and-coming Zerg players in Europe, I think of players like Mixu, I think of Soul Spirit, I think of Fiant as well, and yeah, they've all had their moments here in I think of Iba. Sure.
Always Iba. Yeah. Have had their moments, but haven't quite made that little breakout just yet, which is why it's always exciting to continue to watch them and continue to track their progress.
Yeah, exactly. And for now, Shameless is just trying to get an eye on what his opponent is up to here, and Mixu has taken some breaks from time to time from the game, but he is now back on that horse, back looking to improve, looking to compete. I'm excited.
Yeah, fun fact, he was actually, for quite some time, practice partners with Mio Micah.
Ah, okay.
So I'm hoping that he hasn't gone off the deep end. You know, he hasn't been influenced too much into unorthodox builds, but yeah, that has been a partnership that I think has so far proven quite fruitful for the both of them. Me and Micah got to practice quite a bit more against more of the standard EU styles, whereas Mixu has been adding a lot more aggression to his repertoire.
Oh yeah, Exactly, as we have Ling Speed on the way. I do apologize seeing the chat that I had Milky Cow still on the overlay in the UI, but have since removed it. So I apologize if there was any confusion here. It is a PBZ, not a TBZ. Milky Cow has been eliminated by Shameless. And again, Shameless is on a bit of a roll here tonight. Can he keep going? For now, standard opener, we're going for a Stargate here into, I imagine, Oracles, into a 3-base setup.
Is this why he got +1 air weapons?
It was for the next game.
He was thinking too far ahead. Time as a concept, just, you know.
Is Oliveira.
Yeah, exactly. Oliveira speaking to him in his ear.
Telling him to play Terran. He also thought it was Milky Cow.
Yeah, they are very similar. That's what the alias meant. That Milky Cow was playing on.
She's Shameless.
What? Oh, was the Oliveira?
Or is he? As the first Oracle gets across the map, and we're going to be trying to keep up here with our Queen. So far, so good. The Oracle finds one drone in between the bases. Oh, no Sport the Natural either, but Mixu is able to maintain his economy, does save his workers. But what I will say, though, is that Shameless barely takes any damage on this Oracle. We can always dive in and get even more damage done.
Yeah, Shameless definitely played this out pretty safe. Not that I blame him. There were a lot of Queens over there to contest with. But like you said, he keeps that Oracle alive, and he is going to be able to utilize that as the game goes on.
Speaking of...
There we go. I was going to say, it might be just me, but I feel like we don't see too many triple Oracle builds nowadays.
Yeah, this time it's going to be double Oracle, and we see why, because there's no Forge. There's no Forge as the Twilight Council into a Glaive Adept follow-up, a very, very aggressive follow-up here from Shameless. Mixu is unaware, and Shameless has already done a lot of damage. He's already crippled, or at least dealt a blow to the economy here of Mixu, and we're going for the 1-2 punch. For now, just a vanilla Adept harass. He's going to be warping in additional waves of these, though, back at home for a bigger push.
And this is a little bit of a tip-off here for Mixu. He hasn't confirmed how committed Shameless is going to be with this, but he does know that he's going to have to deal with Adepts regardless. Roach War now underway, and we do have a lot of Zealots. Going to be able to take out a couple of Adepts.
Yeah, all the Adepts are going to be going down. That's a pretty big loss for Shameless. Ideally, you want to build up the Adept count, and again, we're backing up Adepts back at home, but that's already 4 Adepts going down. Oracle's still being active. As you mentioned, the Roach Warren is on the way for eventual Roach production, but Mixu has yet to piece together what exactly the build is from Shameless.
Yeah, not quite yet. And it's once again great Queen position coming out from Mixu, going to be denying more damage from these Oracles. Shameless getting ready for round 2 with all of these steps.
Where are the Roaches, by the way? Roach Warren is done, but only 2 Roaches in production. We do shade in. The wall is a wall, but we still have access to the 3rd base.
Well, Shameless has access to the 3rd base. Mixu has walled himself away from it for the time being.
Yeah, Queens are going to be going down one after the other. We gain access to the mineral line as well. Spinecrawler is soon to finish up. Lings are amassing. Roaches are now on the way.
Coming in slowly but surely. So many drones are going to be going down in this 3rd base. The Roaches are now here, but the damage has already been dealt.
They have. Meanwhile, the Oracles are still being active. Reinforcements are on the way. That is a massive amount of Roaches. We can trigger a counterattack as we try to shade in, but Mixu's so quick to re-wall off once again.
Yeah, he has been absolutely spot on with these wall-offs. Spores are now in position, so Oracles, once again, not going to be getting too much done here in the mineral lines.
Ooh, and Mixu, he is looking to stabilize. He has a hefty Roach count, once again re-walling off just in time. The Adepts, they cannot gain access to that natural. Good defense here by Mixu. Did lose some workers, but he has weathered the storm.
Indeed, he has. He's weathered the storm, and he's on 4 bases.
Yeah.
Pretty healthy economic base. Hasn't been able to drone up as much as I'm sure he would have liked to, but 66 workers at this stage of the game is absolutely fine.
Exactly, and now Shameless has to transition. Behind this, we have Force Fields, or we have Sentries amassing back at home. Blink is on the way, +1, and Immortal production. Shameless has done enough damage to be able to, again, stabilize here on his own 3 bases and try to take a 4th, but it looks like we don't intend to take a 4th base. That is a War Prism on the way. Shameless is going to be doubling down with a second wave with a second push.
Yeah, that's a lot of Stalkers and quite a lot of Sentries as well. A lot of Force Field potential, but we also have a lot of Ravagers to battle this down.
Yeah, we do see Mixu is looking for the 4th base. The 4th is nowhere to be found, and now he knows what's going on. Now Mixu is amassing an army, focusing on Ling and Roach production. The all-in is coming. It's all or nothing here for Shameless. Can Mixu hold? He did run up to 73, so he's up to 4 base saturation, and this army is looking terrifying.
Absolutely, yeah. It's a lot of beef and a lot of firepower and a lot of force fields as well. It's a decent Ravager count here from Mixu, but I'm not sure it's going to be enough. Forced to pull the boys, and he's going to be trying to get right into the heart of this army. So many force fields, and there's still plenty more where that came from.
Yeah, we have more force fields there. We catch the Queens. The Queens are going to be going down one after the other. The Ravagers are still standing strong. We have 11 more Roaches in production, but we're reinforcing here on the front lines. Shameless, he's still not stopping. He's still not slowing down, and he wants to go for the kill.
Yeah, he's looking for it. Ooh, biles himself for a second there, and that is a huge blink forward right on top of just about every Roach and every Ravager. This is pretty much it.
Yeah, Shameless is snowballing out of control. He collapses here on top of every single Ravager. The boys are being pulled once again, but Mixu just does not have enough. Did defend well against the initial Glaive Adepts, but this second all-in, it catches him off guard. GG gets called, and Shameless claims another victim and continues to reign as the king of the hill.
Just like so. Shameless, once again on a roll.
Once again, GG, well played here. I was a little bit concerned. I was a little bit concerned here with the Adept Harass that failed. Or, I mean, I should say we killed 10 drones, which was good, but we didn't get much more than that. As we saw, though, Mixu was in a really rough position there. He did go for a big counterattack. Remember, he was trying to hit the 4th base, a 4th that didn't exist, and then he realized, uh-oh, an all-in is coming. He was racing back home. Shameless actually beat Mixu back home and got there first. He was actually able to... Yeah, was able to get there, and in the end, GG did outposition Mixu. Mixu just wasn't quite ready for that, and Shameless, snowballing out of control. GG.
Yeah. GG. Nicely done here. A little bit of unfortunate lack of vision here from Mixu, unable to really confirm the all-in until it was way too late, and just like that, we already have a challenger. Yet another Terran player is coming up the hill to try to dethrone Shameless.
Oh yeah, here we go. Milky Cow wasn't able to pull it off earlier, but now we're diving into a PvT, Shameless versus Nicaract.
Here we go, yet another one.
And Nicaract has been on fire recently. Nicaract has been getting some better and better results. Week after week in Sparkling Tuna Cup in these online events, we've seen Nicaract take down players like Geralt. We've seen Nicaract take down players like Christianer. I wouldn't say he's a favorite player against them, but he's every now and then, every week or so, he's just like on fire, he's on point, and on a good day, he can take them down.
Yeah, on fire, on point, and very eager today as well as we load into Crimson Court, where we're here in the bottom left-hand corner map, swatting all the way in the bottom left. We, of course, have our red Terran player, going to be representing Platinum Heroes. We have Nicaract.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the current reigning King of the Hill with 4 wins under his belt. Representing Team Little Fairy, it is Shameless.
Four? Oh yeah, 4. I miscounted.
4, right?
4?
Yeah.
I think.
4?
Yeah.
4, yeah.
Let's say 4.
I mean, Shameless, he's brought down Hon Mono, he's brought down Spats, he's brought down Milky Cow, now Mixu, and Is this another victim? You know, Shameless, can he be stopped? What does Nickrack have that the other Terran players did not?
Boys. No, wait. They both have boys. They all have boys.
Hamono had the boys, man. He had the boys.
Hamono had the boys. Nickrack has +1 air attack. No, wait, that was Shameless.
No, Shameless didn't have it. That was the problem.
There we go. There you go.
Well, for now, it's going to be an economic opener. It's going to be a ranked expand here from Nickrack. He is going for a bit of a more stable, more mellowed out opener overall here. So we're going to be calming things down and easing our way in towards that mid game. We'll see how Nickrack follows this up. We have seen a lot of 3cc, 3 ranks out of Nickrack in this matchup. I'm curious if Nickrack is still on that 3cc hype train.
Keep our eyes glued to the production tab, but so far, like you said, a very mellow opening, a very standard economic safe opening coming out from Nickrack. Reaper expand into a bunker, and I imagine a 1-1-1.
He's going for it. He's going for the CC. So this is a build that has been very popular. There is 3cc build out of Nickrack. I think Beyond started this trend like a month ago. I think it started in the Korean scene. We've seen Beyond do it, we've seen Maru do it, we've seen Oliveira do it, and Nickrack has been on this very much. So it's going to be 3cc into 3 Raxes.
Yeah, you normally think of this as more of a TVZ build, but as proven in recent months, it can be very effective in TVP as well.
It's very greedy. It's a very economic build here. There's a second Rax, and we should be seeing a third Rax alongside this as well. And the way this works is that this hits, or we should be rushing into a tech lab in stim. We should be rushing into stim, and we can hit a very strong stim timing here from the side of the Terran player. Now, this build you're quite vulnerable to 4-gate blink. 4-gate blink can punish this. And Shameless, how many gateways are we working with? We have 1 gateway done, 2 more on the way. It's going to be 3 gate blink Stalker from Shameless.
Yeah, so not quite 4 gate, but if he catches wind of this early on, he can try to apply some harass and try to really snowball his way from containing Nickrack into winning, potentially.
Oh yeah, he can do so. With this build from Shameless, he should mainly be getting map control, and he should be able to delay the third base at least, because he should have an abundance of Stalkers to work with and should be able to move out and apply some pressure. Behind this, we're going to be expanding and taking a third base as well, and from here we can head towards Colossus or Storm. We'll see what Shameless wants to go for, as the Prism is on the way.
In production. A little bit more aggressive to go for the Warp Prism like this. So it could actually work out pretty well here for Shameless.
100%. You can get a lot done. Also, my apologies. I thought it was 3-gate blink. It's 4 gateways, by the way. It's 3 gateways in the main base, 1 gateway at the natural. So with 4-gate blink, we can push in. And there's a window. The window is stim. When stim finishes, Nickrack can hold, but before stim is done, he's vulnerable. We have a bunker on the way in the main. We have 2 bunkers on the low ground. Nickrack now realizes what's going on. He counts all the gateways. He's getting ready.
Yeah, factory only now being thrown down, so he won't have a tank available in this defense. Keeping the SCVs on standby just to repair as well. It's again very necessary for Nickrack to be able to repel this without any tanks.
Exactly, and the first bunker does go down, but we tank a lot of shots there. That took 3 volleys from these Stalkers, and Nickrack, he's buying time. Again, he's still a couple of seconds off from stim. Can he get there in time? It looks like he will. I mean, Shameless is still doubling down, but he's got this third base. Behind this third base has now been thrown down for our Protoss player.
Yeah, like you said, he's just buying time and just keeping Nickrack at bay to be able to get away with that third base.
Yeah, and he's done it. We go for the scan, we confirm the third base, and Nickrack's stim is done, which means he can collapse on this army, but he doesn't have any medevac, so he has to be very careful when and where he stims.
Yep, effectively he has 1 stim available, and that 1 stim needs to completely keep this army at bay. He does stim right after the Stalkers try to blink on top of the bunker, and that was the timing that Nikorak needed. He bleeds out a couple of units, but will be able to break out of his contain, will be able to take out a lot of stalkers as well.
Yeah, very patient player to Nikorak. He got 10 stalkers for 2 marauders and a handful of marines. That was a very, very worthwhile stim for Nikorak. Now he can take a third base. Remember, it was a 3cc opener, so his economy is booming. Nikorak has a worker lead against a Protoss in TVP. That is a big deal here for Nikorak. He does have a big economic advantage.
Yeah, now starting to Maynard all of those SCVs earlier. Typically in a PvT, you want to be getting your third Nexus before the Terran player gets their third CC, so already Shameless is at a disadvantage economically.
He is, and from here, where do we go? We're working towards charge, working towards immortal production. What's scary here is that there's no splash damage. Not yet, at least. We'll see if Nikorak can get there eventually. For now, he's just producing whatever he can, and Nikorak is now moving out now that he has Medivacs for sustain. Now he can stim much more freely.
Yeah, now he has more than one available.
Yeah, he's got 2.
Yeah, he's got 2. At least, potentially 3.
Yeah.
Stims. He doesn't have any anchor units though, which is interesting, but I guess he does want to conserve his resources and utilize them to get more bio instead.
Yeah. As he stims across the map, shield battery goes down, overcharges might be focused on the immortal as well, but do we have enough to defend? Good target practice on some of these stalkers and zealots are going to be enough. Charges done in time, and Shameless does hold his third base. At the same time across the map, we get a handful of SCVs, only 4 workers, but we do delay the reinforcements, and Shameless holds.
Just like so. That in itself has already made that drop here from Shameless worthwhile.
Yeah, especially because the Prism is still alive, right? We still have that War Prism. We can still go for a big warp in into the main base as well if Nikorak is ever out of position. But Nikorak, his aggression just does not slow down. He did escape with a good portion of his army, and he knocks down those rocks. He's looking to hit that 4th base he wants to deny.
Yeah, that's what he's looking to do. Again, interesting that there's no factory production from Nikorak.
I mean, that's a lot of Marauders.
That is a lot of Marauders, so even though the Robo Bays could be finishing up here for Shameless, Colossus and even Disruptors may be a little bit limited in what they can get done.
Ooh, as Marauders, they do well against Robo units, but not against Zealots. They tank a lot of shots. We chase back Nikorak at the same time. Prism dives into the main base, but nah, we have Vikings. We can shut the Prism down. It is going to get picked off. At the same time, though, Nikorak, his own army getting picked off as well. Ooh.
Yeah, Medivacs do get sniped in the middle of the map. Nikorak decides to just stand and deliver and will end up losing his drop. Loses a couple more SCVs to yet another run-by back at home.
Yeah, 12 SCVs went down. Looking at the trades here, that was 6 Medivacs, by the way. 6, that's a lot. 6 Medivacs going down for Nikorak. That was 12 Marauders as well. For mainly Zealots, he barely killed any Stalkers.
Yeah, barely killed any Stalkers, and because there weren't any high-tech units out yet as well, doesn't manage to get any of those either.
Yeah, I mean, the medevac count was basically reset, so we have to go back into medevac production. Now, what's scary here is that we shouldn't be making medevacs right now. 6 medevacs is a good amount, and this should be Viking production. This means that these Colossi that are on the way, and now the Disruptors, are going to be that much more uncontested. I would actually kind of like to see Shameless commit a little bit harder to Colossus and to go up to 3 first. He's very quickly transitioning into Disruptor instead.
Yeah, which is something you typically do as a little bit of dressing, shall we say, to complement your Colossus. Colossus are usually going to be the backbone of the Protoss army, at least if you decide to tech into a Robo Bay.
Yeah, it is a little bit risky here, but we'll see how well Shameless can handle his balls, of course. The Disruptors are going to be coming out, and we're going to have a lot of them early on, and they can be very hit and miss, right? They're the great equalizer in more ways than one. They can either win a game for Protoss or lose a game for Protoss.
Oh, yeah. But when they win a game for Protoss, boy, do they win.
Yeah, when they win, they win.
Oh, yeah.
And here we go. Nikorak is going to be moving right through the center. The Observer does spot the move out, so Shameless is repositioning. He's getting ready for the army, for the push. Oh, the Novas.
Yeah, gonna be getting right on top of this ramp. Nikorak very quick to stim away.
That's 3 Novas, by the way. That was... Oh, okay, we have 1 more left. We have 1 more Nova in the chamber for Shameless. He was a little bit trigger happy early on by shooting out 2 initially. And now Nickrat can keep on pushing behind this. He's getting his 4th base on location. Ghost production has commenced. Now we're getting to a more hefty Viking count from the side of our Terran player. But bleeds out a couple of Marauders.
Yeah, not too ideal here.
The Disruptors
have only that. The Disruptors are super exposed. They do get EMP'd, and they will get... A couple of them will get sniped, but not before a couple of Purification Novas do land. Yeah. That was the equalizer that we were talking about, and this gives Shameless so much momentum
and he's
to continue counter-pushing.
He's doing it again. He shuts down the 4th base. He breaks through the main army. GG gets called, and Shameless... He continues his reign here. 5 wins in a row. Nickrat goes down.
Just can't be stopped from the looks of things. That was... Yeah, that was a little bit more of our 50-50, shall we say, a game that was predicated a lot on those Disruptors, and those Disruptors could have gone wrong. They could have gone very, very wrong, but they did manage to connect with about half of the Bioforce that Nickrat had on the ground, and because of that, Shameless just was able to continue riding that momentum into a win. GG.
Oh yeah, did ride that into a win.
As we do have our next challenger coming up here, it is of course going to be Indy, all the way from the land of Poland.
Is coming in, and I do apologize as well because the game started earlier. Indy didn't join us in the last game, if you remember.
Yeah, our players were very eager to get started.
They were very eager. They were very eager.
And just as we invite Indy into the party, we find out we're switching servers.
Yes, we are switching servers. We're heading over to the land of the Americas. We have our next contender. It's going to be Shameless versus another Zerg player. Is he really a Zerg though? It is Mio-Mika.
Yeah, kind of Zerg-ish? Question mark? He's a player.
He's a player.
We can confirm.
He is. He has his own kind of flavor here to Zerg. He's a very unique, very stylistic player as well. It's always a treat to cast some Mio-Mika. And yeah, he is going to be our next challenger.
Indeed, he is. He's stepping up to the plate here. Stepping up to the... I think I missed this edit somehow. I just went on, because, you know, it's been a while since we've been able to catch Mio-Mika. I just went to confirm what team he was playing on. I went to Liquipedia, and on the Legacy of the Void tab, there's a segment called Evil Zerg. And it says, Mio-Mika became one of the core players of Evil Zerg.
Oh, there you go. There you go. When was this?
Is that a team name? The Road to Vietnam Team League Season 1 was rough for a pure Zerg team, so maybe it was, maybe that was the team name.
Yeah, there you go. That was, I believe that we didn't cast that season of VTL, unfortunately, but there you go. That's the lore.
There you go. That's the lore. So it was a team. Yeah, I just like the idea of the first thing you see when you check Mio-Mika's information just says Evil Zerg. It's like, yeah, that sums it up.
There you go, and we're diving into our next game here. We're diving into our next matchup. Can Shameless be slowed down? Now, what I will say is that Shameless's rise to prominence has occurred over the past, I wouldn't say 6 months, maybe a year if I want to be generous. But I don't know if Shameless has much experience with Mio-Mika. Like, Shameless, he's a newer face when it comes to the up-and-coming players in the European region. So, again, is this his first time encountering Mio-Mika? Is he ready for what Mio-Mika has to offer in StarCraft?
Well, he's already taken out Mio-Mika's practice partner.
True.
So how different can... So, he's got a little bit of that appetizer. Now he's on to the other appetizer. Anyway, we're going to be continuing our run here, or rather Shameless is going to be continuing his run here in OSC King of the Hill, this time on Site Delta. And we're here in the top left-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top left. We, of course, have our blue Protoss player this time. He is, of course, going to be representing his team Little Fairy, also known as Elfins, apparently. We have Shameless.
And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the Vietnamese Zerg player, the Red Zerg, going for a pool first opener, representing Team Gosu. It is Mio Micah.
Is that going to be his next nickname, the Evil Zerg?
I mean, that's his origin. He was the Evil Zerg, right?
He was. But now he's potentially not? Question mark.
Yeah.
I think it's fitting for Mio Micah to be called "quote unquote" the Evil Zerg, because not only does he have a very unorthodox, shall we say, playstyle, a very aggressive playstyle as well, he's starting to corrupt some of the other players who I would consider to be good Zerg, like the anti-Evil Zerg. I think most notably, I got rather infamous Cyril at one point said, Mio Micah has restored my hope in Hydra bushes. And that was where we were like, no, Cyril!
Yeah, the corruption began, you know, that was... He was kind of he was lured in by
you were meant to protect the macro Zerg style or destroy the evil Zerg, not join them.
Yeah, that's when Cyril did embrace that darker side of him, and yeah, now we're in that period, we're in that dark time where Cyril does cheese from time to time, unironically does cheese every now and then. And Raider's the one that's been macroing more nowadays, so it's a bit of a role reversal between those two. It's crazy.
Yeah. I like the idea, by the way, of Mio Micah being Palpatine and Cyril being Anakin.
Oh god.
With Raynor being Luke? Question mark?
Question maybe.
Cyril's son?
Maybe. Who's Cyril's son? Is it Raynor? Is it Mixu? Is it Eva? I want to believe it's Eva.
As do I. I believe it's Eva. Zhuge Liang can be Obi-Wan, I guess.
There you go. Obi-Wan?
Yeah, because he's Anakin's brother.
Okay.
And Zhuge Liang is Cyril's brother.
Okay. Sure. For now, we did have that initial pool first build here from Mio Micah. He is amassing more Lings, but he has no Ling speed because his gases were delayed. So it looks like he's just looking to defend against the initial push here of Shameless. We have 2 Zealots and 2 Adepts, as Shameless did open up 2 gates, and now he's going to be applying pressure to Mio Micah. So far, Mio Micah is keeping up and should not take much economic damage from this.
Yeah, not yet anyway. Yeah, it's interesting that Shameless as well. I think this is the first time he has pushed out with both Zealots and Adepts. He does scout the natural base and decides, yeah, that's quite a number of Zealots, or Zerglings, sorry, and because of that, there probably isn't that much mining. He is content with what he has scouted, and he decides to go back home, play this out a lot safer. That's a Void Ray this time, instead of an Oracle.
That is a Void Ray opener. This is interesting. This could be Void Ray into Glaive Adept. I do like Adepts against Mio Micah. Mio Micah is very fond of going Ling Hydra, and Ling Hydra struggles against Glaive Adept builds. We've seen Mio Micah just melt before those Adepts time and time again. So I'm curious where we head after this Void Ray.
Yeah, we're keeping our eyes glued to that production tab on that Stargates. Whoa!
Oh my
That is not what I was expecting at all. I was going to say we could see +1 air weapons, and eventually we probably will, but Shameless is doubling down this time on the Stargate play. That is a second Stargate, and that is a fleet beacon.
I'm worried for Shameless. This is cool, but like Mio Micah, I'm pretty sure he's Hydra rushing. The Lurker Den is about to finish, and we have 3 gases. We're going to throw down a Hydra Den. For a Zerg player to rush into Ling Hydra against Skytos on 2 bases, like this is, I feel, a good move for Mio Micah, or this is a good position for him.
Yeah, this is probably best case scenario for Mio.
Yeah, there's a Hydra.
There's a Hydra Den coming down.
So, Yeah, I'm concerned for Shameless. I don't think he's fully aware of the style of Miyamaika because like we called 2-base Hydra earlier, or like Hydra play in general from Miyamaika before we even started the game. Sure, we have a first carrier on the way, but we're gonna have plenty of anti-air.
Yeah, plenty to say the least, and you know, Hydralists are not the direct counter to carriers, but they're definitely one of the better units to get versus carriers as a Zerg player, you know. There are only so many interceptors carriers at this stage of the game can throw out at you, and you know, with a handful of Hydras, they make very short work of those interceptors, and
Yeah.
pretty much leave carriers as sitting ducks.
That's the very important caveat here, is that mass carrier and Skytoss annihilates Hydras, but this early on in the game, when we're on 2-base saturation, when we don't even have a third, like, I don't think Shameless can hold on to this base. Like, we're gonna have, what, one? We're gonna have 2 carriers, and here comes the army already.
Yeah, Lings are gonna be here, actually going straight for the natural base. I believe in Shameless this time, though, as that is +1 air weapons on the way.
True, it is on the way. The Hydras are amassing as well. No upgrades yet. They have vanilla Hydras. Hydra speed is halfway done. Lings are going down. We do pick off a couple of adepts. That's a lot of Lings falling.
Yeah, a lot of Lings falling and trading only with adepts. Miyamaika tried to go for the throat, but missed by quite a lot, and
Yeah,
in the end, doesn't get much damage done at all.
that was a very shaky engagement there from Miyamaika. As you mentioned, it was a little bit too eager there. He threw away all of his Lings, and now we have to retreat. Now, what's important here is that we didn't lose any Hydras. The Hydras, they all survived, but now Miyamaika has to pull back and drone, and Shameless, he saves the third. He saves it.
Saves the third. He's going to continue mining from it. He's going to get even more carriers behind all of this.
Yeah.
Eventually, we're going to hit critical mass.
We are. And
Miyamaika has to deal damage sooner rather than later.
And I don't think he's going to do it sooner, because I imagine he's going to be waiting for his upgrades. Like, 1-1 just started, and if he waits for his upgrades, I mean, Shameless is going to get up to, what, 6 carriers? That's going to be more than enough.
Yeah. He's going to have +2 air weapons.
That's a pretty insane upgrade. I'm not going to lie. True.
Yeah, that's more than one.
And now we're in a position where Miyamaika needs to be droning. Now, he has droned up to 71. That's a pretty good drone count. His 4th base is late, though, so he can't actually make use of all his workers quite yet. They're not mining efficiently. We're massing up Ling Hydra. This is going to be a really, really interesting game state. I think that if Shameless pushes, I think Miyamaika can hold, because there's no splash damage. There's no Storm, there's no Colossus, there's no Disruptors. But if Miyamaika pushes into Shameless with Overcharge, I think Shameless can defend. It's going to be a weird game state.
Yeah, to say the least. Shameless once again doubling down on Skytoss, as no Twilight Council for Templar Archives, but rather a 3rd Stargate does get thrown down. Is getting the mothership as well, though, so he is starting to really round off and really cover the bases of Skytoss.
Yeah, and that is concerning here, because again, Shameless, he saw the Hydras. He saw the earlier Hydras, and that means he knows that he's going to be quite vulnerable to a mass ground army, and that splash damage would be ideal to support Skytoss. The thing about Skytoss here, when we refer to late game Protoss armies, is that it's never pure Skytoss. It does typically need support here. It needs support on the ground to help out those carriers. We'll see how this goes, as Miyamaika is pushing.
Pushing with pure Hydras, which, as you said before, since we don't quite have that critical mass of carriers yet, since especially we don't have any ground support for these carriers, these Hydras can still do a lot.
Oh yeah. And here we go, the interceptors are coming in. The interceptors going to be focused down. The Void Ray gets focused down as well. We do have the slow zone, though, that will affect the attack rate of the Hydras.
Yeah, but it is a little too late to be effective here.
The interceptors.
So many interceptors go down, yeah. And it's going to cost a lot of money and take a lot of time for Shameless to rebuild them.
Yeah, it's like mono battles. It's like pure carrier versus pure Hydra, who wins. And you can see that the Hydras, they just have their way with those interceptors. Really good initial attack here from Miyamaika. He has to be careful. There's a lot of stack defense. There's a lot of cannons and shield batteries here on the low ground. So Miyamaika has to be careful pushing in. But the interceptors have yet to be fully rebuilt.
Yeah, a couple more. I'm going to go down just like so. I think Miyamaika is happy to just contain Shameless on 3 bases.
Yeah.
Shameless is seeking out a 4th, but yeah, Miyamaika is aware that that's a possibility. Meanwhile, he's just double expanding back at home.
Yeah, he is double expanding, is going to be taking his additional hatcheries. Meanwhile, interceptors have been rebuilt here for Shameless. That fourth base is getting up and running, as you mentioned. We have the Hive on the way for Miyamaika. That should be for Vipers. Vipers are a great way to support this army, as he's coming in once again, going for the base.
Oh, yeah, and this is not a good position for... This is not a good position for Shameless to defend, but it looks like he has enough carriers regardless that Miyamaika will have to think twice, will have to back away.
Oh, yeah, Miyamaika is caught out here. Remember, he does not have detection. Cloak is activated at the same time, though. Miyamaika going for a counterattack. He's going to be denying +3.
It's all over. That's the most important upgrade here.
Yeah, +3 is denied, but we're bleeding out a lot of Hydras here in the retreat as Miyamaika is racing back here, but at the same time across the map. Looks like he does not quite catch a carrier. Also going to be pulling back here. Spores are on the way. Shameless, he will get a base.
And we'll get a base, but Miyamaika did double expand, so he will still have 5 bases to work off of. Still getting more Hydras on the way, still trying to saturate that base. Now he has detection, but here comes a recall.
Yeah, we reinforced with a couple of these carriers, but we have mass Hydra. The interceptors, they're going to melt against this army. We do activate another cloak, but we have spores. We have detection.
Ooh. We have detection, and the spores were attacking that mothership, so yeah, the mothership goes down. There is no cloak available anymore. Interceptor's going to try to get something done, but the high attack rate of the Hydras will just absolutely decimate them.
We kill every single interceptor, and back at him, Shameless, he's forced to recall, forced to retreat. Miyamaika, he can keep pushing. Shameless does have a fourth. He did end up getting that fourth base up and running. He has a good economy, but Miyamaika should be the first to remax.
Yeah, like so. Or I guess not. Still starving a little bit when it comes to gas. Still not quite able to really round off his Hydra count.
Yeah, I mean, Hydras are quite gas intensive, so we do need additional gases here towards the south to be able to remax and to be able to afford this kind of production, this kind of army. Shameless does have some room to breathe here, and he is replacing all those interceptors. Miyamaika's trading gas for minerals. That's what's like scary right now. He did get a couple of carriers, but only a handful of them, so these have still been some decent trades from Shameless, and I'm still waiting. When are we supporting this army? When are we getting some splash damage? There we go. Twilight Council finally on the way.
Well, you know what? You don't need ground support if you have +3 air weapons.
True.
That's what I say.
True.
And that's about to finish up for him.
Ah.
He actually went double. He actually went double Cybercore. That's not something you see every day.
He's just now getting Warp Gate. He doesn't have Warp Gate. Oh my god.
I just realized that.
Is going to finish with the help of this Twilight Council. We can make a Templar Archives. That's going to be for Storm for High Templar supports. I say that Charge is going to be on the way first, and there's the Templar Archives from Shameless. So he's thinking of Storm. He's thinking of those Archons. Meanwhile, Miyamaika is remaxing, but so is Shameless. And that's a lot of carrier. That's 13.
That is a lot of carrier. That's practically critical mass. I say practically because now we do have a couple of Vipers in the air. And Parabomb can still tip the scales into Miyamaika's favor.
I think this is too much. Like, there's a reason why like Hydras don't scale well as the game goes on, even if there's no splash damage. I don't know if Miyamaika can really deal with this anymore. Against 13 carriers, the Golden Armada is here. We deny a base, and we can keep pushing.
Well, we'll see. These Vipers are now full of energy. And Parabomb once again will continue to add to the effect of killing the interceptors. Very good recall here from Shameless. Going to be able to completely blindside Miyamaika and take out 2 bases pretty much for free.
Yeah, hatchery goes down, and we can go straight into the main base from here. We do see the Hydra is going to be rotating down here towards the south, but again, Shameless can keep pushing. Is going to actually recall back home.
You'll love to see it. 1 carrier does get taken out before recall completes. But for the most part, Shameless has been able to keep his entire army alive.
Yeah, he does keep the army alive. Miyamaika going for his own counterattack. He's had enough defending. You can see Miyamaika taking every single hatchery here towards the southern half of the map. But doesn't matter how many bases he has when he is going pure Hydra.
Potentially,
here comes Storm.
It might even be better for him to just get macro hatcheries. In his main base instead of just grabbing all these bases. But again, getting these bases potentially can deny Shameless these bases later down the line.
Yeah, I feel like Miyamaika is about to hit the ceiling of how useful Hydras can be, because here come the Storms!
Yep. And just like that, he has hit that ceiling, as you just about mentioned a couple of Vipers, I think? No Vipers went down. They just weren't that fight.
Yeah, there's no lurkers, by the way. Big feedbacks on the Vipers. The Vipers do nothing. The High Templar reigns supreme, and we can keep pushing. Lurker Den is done, but no lurkers are out quite yet. Shameless rotating around, still just biding his time, maybe regenerating some of that energy here. He doesn't have a storm.
He doesn't have a storm. Interestingly enough, but it looks like there's, just way too many carriers in the sky. GG is called, and Shameless will once again maintain his crown, will once again, despite pretty much setting up the worst case scenario for himself, facing a player who is well known for these Hydra pushes, will still stay on the throne, stay on top of the hill.
GG, well played. Shameless is on a tear here tonight. Congratulations, he brings down Miyamaika. This was a wild game. As you mentioned, I did favor Miyamaika initially for his Hydra Rush, but he wasn't able to hit his Hydra Rush. We spoke about it. Miyamaika, he was just a little bit too trigger happy there. He did overextend and he failed his initial push, and that allowed Shameless to survive until he reached his Skytoss army. And we saw towards the end, you didn't even need Storm. Storm wasn't even necessary towards the end there because Mass Carrier was just too much.
Who needs Storm when you have +3 air weapons?
And like 15 carriers. True.
Yeah. Scales pretty well. Unlike the Hydralisk. GG, once again, very nicely done here from Shameless. Just continuing that tear, and we're starting to thin out our pool of challengers. I think, what do we have left? 6, 7 challengers left?
Yeah, we are kind of blowing through all these games here, and I believe there are 6 challengers remaining. We're almost 2/3 of the way through the broadcast here, and I'll be honest, out of all the players to go on a win streak like this, Shameless was not on the list. Again, Nicarak's a big name, Honmono's a big name, Spats is a big name, Miyamaika as well, but Shameless, he's been popping up.
Yeah, absolutely. The past 6 months, the past year has been, I would say, has been kind to him, but it really is just goes to show how hard he's been hitting practice, how hard he's been hitting the ladder, the custom games as well. Shameless is really leveling up his play.
Oh yeah, he is. This has been a really good showcase and a good display here for Shameless and what he is made of. Again, Shameless first popped up on our radar. I mean, Shameless has been competing for a long time, but he really started to reach the upper echelons of the GM scene in Europe at the start of the year, or December. It was December when we saw Shameless in the Christmas Cup, we saw him in the New Year Cup, we saw him in the Hatchery Cups as well, in a lot of these European-only events, and Shameless was getting some really surprising results there, and we've seen that kind of permeate throughout these past couple of months, throughout this year of StarCraft, and yeah, it's been really cool to see the rise of Shameless.
Yeah. And now he's on the hill.
He is on the hill. The current king of the hill, and can anyone stop him? Can anyone bring him down? We are still waiting for our next contender. Once again, we're just waiting for them to be chosen here. Again, we have a couple of players lined up, just in case. We have a couple of players lined up. So we have options.
Yeah. Indeed, we do. Just waiting for that confirmation, waiting for who's gonna pop up here and who's gonna.
Oh, we got him.
We got him.
Here we go. It's gonna be Shameless versus the Korean Terran player Quanta.
Indeed, not to be confused with Quantel.
True. Not to be confused.
At the same time, it's not to be confused with V for Vivaldi.
Yes, not to be confused with some of the other Indonesian players. Quanta, of course, from South Korea. And we are getting ready here. Looks like Shameless is going to be vetoing Post-Youth.
Yeah. He's vetoed it entirely so far, so...
Yes, he has vetoed basically every single series. Yeah, it's been posted.
Yeah. It is also the only map that I have vetoed in the current map pool. Not that I wanted to veto it, but more that I don't know how to beat. I don't know how. My TVZ is already terrible to begin with, and I cannot, and I don't have no idea how to beat Suragon Post Youth. So I don't need even more losses over there.
For sure.
It's a shame because I actually do quite like the map. It's just I feel like I gotta get good before I feel comfortable on it again.
Yeah, I mean, I don't blame. Like, I vetoed it as well. It's very reminiscent of Radisson Station in the previous map pool, which I think you liked. To be fair, you liked it.
I loved Radisson Station. It was Equilibrium in the previous map pool that I vetoed. Just because, not because it's super unorthodox, but it's because it's just massive. And I don't do too. But then again, so was Radisson Station, or Rat House as I called it, because it was an amazing map that I'm so sad it got vetoed. I think that was another map that carried over from the season before that. That was my highest win rate, but yeah, it was very rare that I got to play on Radisson Station just because it was vetoed very often, but almost every time I did, I ended up winning.
There you go.
Partially because it was a very terrible favorite map, but that's neither here nor there.
It's it's in the previous map. It's fine. Don't worry about it. But yeah, it is going to be Shameless versus Quanta here. Shameless on a tear. Quanta's going to be an interesting opponent. He has his own unique playstyle and flair as well. And I'm excited to see if he can be the one to stop Shameless.
Yeah, we'll see. He is one of the Terran brothers.
He is.
Over there in the, I would say Korea, but technically Honmono is in Japan, so... He is one of the Terran brothers up there. He does play a lot, and he does practice a lot with the likes of Honmono. They do theory craft quite a lot, so yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Quanta was watching the game against Honmono, or if Honmono even messaged Quanta after that and said, okay, here's what happened. And Quanta might have been able to, in that time, come up with a little bit of a plan.
Yeah. I mean, I think the other thing to bear in mind as well is that Quanta isn't just one of the Terran brothers. He is one of the last standing and remaining Terran brothers. Over the years, we've had,
that's true.
Our team of Korean Terrans out there, but Genio is retired. He's not active anymore. Percival has retired. Percival isn't active anymore. It's just Quanta and Honmono as the last two standing.
Yeah, they've done their military, right? Does Honmono even need to?
I don't think he does if he's outside of the country. I'm not sure how that works.
We need to ask Sargi about that. But anyway, we're going to be continuing our King of the Hill run here over on El Guione. Over in the top right-hand corner map, starting all the way in the top right, we have our blue Protoss player coming out from representing Little Fairy. Has been on an absolute tear tonight. 6 wins under his belt. He's got a little bit of a bounty on him. We have Shameless.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, we have the red Terran player representing Club NV. It is Quanta.
Eyes are fixed more so on Quanta's side over here. Shameless, I think, so far in his run has proven his versatility. I don't think he's played a single matchup exactly the same way, so that's definitely going to be something to keep note of. But he has played 3 PVTs before this. How many builds and how many strategies can he really have at any given time?
Yeah, exactly. And to be fair, you were theorizing, maybe Honmono, slipped into some DMs and gave Quanta a bit of a heads up. I don't think that's the case, because if you remember, as we got ready for this, Quanta did not know if Shameless was even Protoss, so I don't think he's fully aware of his opponents.
Well, I like to think that Honmono still slid into those DMs, okay. But phrased it in a way that didn't reveal what race Shameless plays.
Fair enough, fair enough. Maybe he just says something like don't all in him, you know, like don't pull the boys against him or something like that. It's possible. And to be fair,
maybe he said something like, you know, maybe he said don't expand. That's where it went wrong for Honmono.
True. Take a third base, you lose, Bobby. Oh my god. What I will say though is that Quanta is a more macro-oriented player compared to Honmono. Honmono is more the aggressor. That's kind of how they distinguish themselves from each other in a way. But Quanta has dabbled in different forms of mech in the past. I say that's mainly against Zerg players. I'm not sure if Quanta is willing to play mech against Protoss, especially now that we're done with the Cyclone kind of patch that we had previously.
Well, we've seen it work out every now and then.
Yeah.
So remember, there was one brief season a year or two ago. I say a year or two ago. I think it was more of a 2021, maybe even 2020, where Special and TY specifically were coming up with mech builds specifically for TVP, and there were a couple of tank-based compositions that actually worked out really, really well.
I remember I think there was a tank all-in. There was like a 2-base, or maybe like 2.5 base tank all-in that was prevalent for a while as well. And yeah, they would pop up every now and then. Never something that you would rely on, but something you'd whip out like once in a series. And I mean, hey, it's a best of one. Anything can happen as Quanta's opening up with a mind drop.
Yeah, you love to see it, or at least I do.
You rarely see it
nowadays. Double mind. You really do, or you really don't. It's sad. We've gone backwards.
You've reverted, devolved, if you will.
Just like lemons. I don't know. When you said devolve, I was thinking Zerg, but Zerg don't devolve, so I was thinking. And then I remember we were talking about lemons earlier on in Zerg.
Okay, there you go. Well, the matchup was moving out. This is designed to scatter our opponents and get some damage done. Shameless is opening up 2-gate blink into a third, so a very economic opener here from our Protoss player. The mind drop slips in, and we do have some stalkers in position, and Shameless will react in time, as so far no reaction. The boys are not being pulled up.
They're being pulled a little bit late, and a Widow Mine will get a shot off and will get 8 probes. Absolutely massive already. Quanta, of course, will get the full scout, will get another probe here in the natural base, but the main thing is, that's already a lot of damage.
That is more than should have happened there. 9 probes going down for 2 Widow Mines. As you mentioned, we get the full scout as well, and because it's 2-gate blink into a third, Shameless can't really counterattack. He doesn't have much to counterattack with, and Quanta is safe back at home. A very good start for our Korean Terran.
Yeah, probably the best case scenario, I would say. Pulling the boys.
Yeah.
This is stimulus.
This is going to be a stimulus push here, but with a very hefty tank count this early on. We are going to be pushing across the map. We do keep some saturation back at home, is what we will say. This is enough boys to repair, to maybe throw down some bunkers. Shameless will engage in the center of the map here, but is Shameless paying attention, as we do have a Liberator here in the main?
And it's going to try to siege up. Shameless did have an observer outside of Quanta space, so he was able to scout this move out, but like you said, I think he may have sent a few too many stalkers to try to meet this army in the middle of the map and left himself vulnerable to Liberator harass.
Yeah, I mean, we get 4 kills here in the main base. The first tank's going to be targeted down. Good overcharge, but the Immortal goes down. And without the Immortal, Quanta is breaking this location. He's getting on top of the third base. The shield battery overcharge is about to run out.
Just like so. And there isn't another Immortal, at least not yet here, to really help out in the defense. Quanta can continue shelling away at the cert base. Yeah, and potentially go even further. Second tank comes in.
Yeah, there's no other model, but there's a second tank here for Quanta. He will get a kill on this third base. You can see Shameless trying to get us around, coming in from behind, and he will dive on top of the tanks. One tank does go down.
But the other one still stands. And as long as we have a tank, we have a backbone. As long as we have a backbone, we're standing.
We are standing. We dive in once again, but the army is low. The tank does fall, but the Marines are going ham. The SCVs, the boys are being pulled.
And it will provide a little bit of a body block. Will prevent some of these stalkers from retreating. Another tank pops up. This third is so low.
It is solo, and it's gonna be going down. GG
Oh.
gets called as the king is dead. He had a long reign, but Quanta does dethrone him, and he is our new king of the hill.
And then the third didn't, in fact, go down. GG. Very aggressive push coming out here from Quanta. Leverage from already a very strong start from him, with that mind trap getting way more damage than really should have been gotten there. GG, very nicely done. I guess that it's kind of to be expected, though, I suppose, because, you know, after 6 games in a row here, 6 very, very precise and very, very focused in games here from Shameless, I guess it makes sense that, you know, you do get a little bit tired after that.
It is kind of like a battle of endurance here in these OSC King of the Hills, because you need to not just win all these games in a row, but you need to go up against all these players back to back to back. It can be very draining there. And again, for Shameless to have a late reaction and to just lose such an amount of workers early on was a big blow to him. That's why he was vulnerable. That's why the push did so much damage, because Shameless was still recovering from that. His army did suffer as a result, and yeah, he was just picked apart there. GG. Solid win there from Quanta. Who was the one to stop Shameless? It wasn't Hon Mono, it wasn't Miyamika, it wasn't Nickrack, it was Quanta, of all players.
Yeah, Terran Brotherhood still showing up every now and then, and still getting results every now and then as well. Very solid win from Quanta, and now let's see if he can keep that crown on his head, as he does have, I believe, 5 challenges ahead of him.
Oh yeah, exactly. We are 2/3 of the way through the broadcast here. We have 5 matches remaining, and as you mentioned, we have our next contender. We have our next challenger here. It's going to be a Terran versus Zerg, as Wayne is stepping up to the plate.
Indeed, rocking up here. Another one of those big names, I would say, in the OSC community. Player who has recently been doing quite well for himself in both the EU regionals as well as in WTL.
Yeah, I would say that Wayne is probably top 4 Zerg player in Europe. Top 4 or top 5, I would say. Yeah,
big claim, but I think he can back that up.
Yeah, I would say that.
Question is, are we including Cyril?
I'll say the top 4.
He is in the military.
I'll say the top 4 Zerg players in Europe would be Cyril, Raynor, Lambo, and a Laser. And just behind them, I would place Wayne just behind them, and he can pop off from time to time as well. We've seen him pop off in the ZVZs against players like Cyril, for example. So yeah, it's really great to see Wayne competing here tonight as well.
Indeed. I'm trying to think of what other Zerg player I could bring up to try to dispute your claim. But it is, I mean, those are the big names. Cyril, Raynor, Lambo, and Eliza. Iba.
No, he's the best Protoss in Europe. What do you mean? What do you mean, Papi? Smooch.
Yeah. Smooch. Yeah, I think I would agree with you there. Wayne has a very strong claim to being in the top 5, and I don't think there's too many results so far that have really contested that.
Oh yeah, as it looks like we are just setting up our lobby here, getting ready for our next game. Quanta, our newly crowned King of the Hill, can he hold on to it, or do we start passing that crown around or switching heads once again here? As our players are ready, and we are diving into Ancient Cistern.
Yeah. We were pretty excited to see some of the classic maps come back in, but we've actually only seen 2 of them, and this is the second time we're seeing Ancient Cistern. We had Nightshade once, we had Ancient Cistern once. What's the other map that we haven't seen yet?
We haven't seen...
Deathora. No,
yeah.
Not Deathora.
Yeah, we haven't seen Deathora.
Was it Deathora?
Yeah. Deathora.
Oh, it was Deathora.
Yeah.
Okay, it was Deathora.
You remember.
There you go.
Have some confidence.
I remember.
You're like, I know what I'm saying.
Yeah. And speaking of knowing, we are here on Ancient Cistern, where we're here at the bottom left-hand corner of the map, starting all the way in. In bottom left, we of course have our red Terran player coming out from the land of Korea. He of course is going to be representing Team Club NV, a current reigning king, but has had a pretty short reign so far. We have Quanta.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have the challenger, we have the would-be usurper, we have the blue Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle. It is Wayne.
And now we're looking at a completely fresh series. Two players who we haven't seen yet. Well, actually, no, we just saw Quanta. So that doesn't really stack up. But you get what I mean. Different approaches.
We haven't seen this TVZ
yet. We haven't seen this. Yeah, we haven't seen a TVZ. We haven't seen this TVZ.
Yeah, exactly.
Have you seen a TVZ?
Haven't seen any StarCraft tonight.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's going to be an interesting one. I did just mention how Quanta, if you remember in the previous game, he can embrace mech against Zerg. That is something that we've seen more often than not from Quanta, so that's going to be in the back of my mind, especially on a large map like Ancient Cistern. Like Ancient Cistern, it's wide, it's open, a lot of wide open spaces in the center of the map. It does lead to a lot of really brutal engagement points here that can favor Zerg players. So Quanta may try to slow the game down here against Wayne. I'm curious how Quanta will approach this.
Yeah, we'll keep our eyes peeled. As Quanta, like you were mentioning in our previous series, is kind of known for being a bit more macro. Well, at least in comparison to the rest of the Terran brothers, Quanta is the most macro one. But as we just saw in his game against Shameless, he can whip out some of these more aggressive builds, some of these earlier. I want to say an all-in, but that wasn't really an all-in. It became an all-in once Quanta saw that he could win with that push, but initially it wasn't meant to be an all-in.
Yeah. He pulled the boys, but he didn't pull as many as Homeowner would have.
Yeah.
As we do see our third hatchery being taken, so Wayne is going to be able to get into his hatch gas pool, into his third base. Meanwhile, we do see Quanta across the map going for a 3cc before Starport. Doesn't quite get the 2 meter there, and will escape with his Reaper.
Yeah. That means that Wayne is still in this.
Keep the tumor alive.
Keep the tumor alive, you keep your game alive.
There you go. That's math.
It's math. That's medicine.
It's a chewable gummy.
Yeah. It's ashwagandha.
As behind this, we're getting into our 1-1-1 fault. So it's 3cc into a 1-1-1. No tech lab, by the way, so this is not going to be a Banshee-based opener out of Quanta.
Yeah, feeling pretty confident here, which I guess kind of makes sense here. He did dip in with the Reaper. I don't believe he got a full scout of the bases, but he did check the saturation of the natural, I believe. He saw some movement somewhere, so yeah, he knows that he doesn't need to get safety Banshees. He is actually doing a build that I do. And when I say a build that I do, I mean the only build that I do in this matchup, which is of course Hellions, Viking, and eventually I imagine a Liberator to meet up with these, or not meet up with these Hellions, but also to go for a little bit of a split harass.
Yeah, I imagine it's going to be a Liberator as a follow-up. Viking does spawn in, Overlord goes down, and we should be working towards Stim here from the side of Quanta. We'll keep an eye on him as, a Roach Warren gets thrown down here behind the natural base for Wayne.
Yeah, too late to be a Roach Rush, which does mean that it's going to be... Wayne is planning to use a Roach-based unit composition in as we get into the mid-game.
Yeah, it is going to be
Roach. Interesting choice here. Not something you see every day against Bioterran.
Yeah, it is an interesting choice. It's going to be very Roach heavy here from Wayne. It could be a 3 weeks all in if he does cut workers at 66 drones, so we'll see when and where he does do that. Meanwhile, the Viking looking for another Overlord. Liberator's on the way, as you did mention, and we have Stim, so it is going to be Bio here, not Mech from Quanta.
That's another reactor he's building on that factory.
Oh. Okay, just using it for add-ons for the time being. Hellions are going to be threatening a dive here. Meanwhile, the Overlords are being forced back. What you're pointing out here, no tanks. No tanks from Quanta. Roaches have now been revealed.
And there are no tanks and no Banshees either. Quanta may have been lulled into a bit of a false sense of security. I thought for sure after the opening he was going to get some safety tanks, but apparently not. The drones are starting to line up, however, and these Hellions are looking for damage. They're forcing a couple of these Roaches to pull back as well, so Quanta is buying himself some time, along with getting those drone kills.
Oh yeah, 6 drone kills in total here. The Liberator is going to be harassing her across the map. There are plenty of Queens though, good transfuse. Wayne will shut this down, and here come those Roaches. Now behind this, Wayne is droning. Wayne is not going for an all-in, he is droning up, he's saturating his bases, but Quanta has very little to defend.
Still has no tanks, yeah. Only just finished up the tech lab on that factory. Quanta retreating to higher ground.
There's nothing here.
3 CCs, so he can't afford... Yeah, he can't afford to lose a couple of SCVs, but like you said, it's just he's supply capped. Very heavy supply block for him before he even began tech production.
Exactly, a brutal supply block here. We deny 1-1. They're both going to be going down. No saturation at the third base, no mining here at the natural. We're stuck on a 1-base economy, 35 SCVs here in the 1 mineral line. And this is Quanta's army. He has a handful of Marines, he has a handful of Marauders. He cannot contest the low ground.
He absolutely cannot. Wayne isn't pushing up this ramp. He decides to play it. He decides to play it safe. But man, if he knew, I think he would have just won the game there on it, right then and there.
I mean, yeah, 100%. He could have pushed up this ramp, like 100% with Ravagers, with Biles. He could have broken through. Alas, Wayne just playing it out safely here. He backs off. He drones up. Quanta was still supply block, just now breaking free from the supply block as well, and Wayne is in a pretty comfortable position.
Yeah, very comfortable position. He's gotten rid of Quanta's entire map control. Quanta trying to re-establish it with a bit of a drop. And he does still have those 3 CCs, so you know, he can still try to catch back up when it comes to his work account. He does still have a lot of mules available.
Does have those mules available here, as we do see Quanta going for a drop across the map. I mean, he has to rely so heavily on these drops here to just keep Wayne busy back at home, but Wayne isn't really too threatened. He's already working on a hive. He has plenty of Lings in position. The medevacs, they're forced out of the main base, and we don't get any damage done.
Yeah, Wayne knows exactly how safe he is, which is very. A couple of drones going down to Liberator, I want to say.
Oh yeah. Liberator going ham, getting 8 drone kills in total. 6 initially, not bad.
Yeah, not too bad at all. You know, whatever Quanta can really do right now to try to slow down the economy of Wayne. Try to slow down the tech as well.
Gets a queen, gets a second queen as well. Going for the third queen, we barely do get it. So good pickups here by Quanta. Behind this, we're getting resaturated on 3 bases. And remember, we had triple orbitals, so we have a lot of mules available here. Quanta is catching back up. He's clawing his way back into this. He's not there yet, but he's on his way.
Yeah, 1-1's about to finish up for him just after +1 melee finishes up for Wayne. And Quanta's setting up for his push. No splash damage in this army. A couple of Banelings did just finish up, but okay. Baneling speed just finish up as well. Yeah, the Lings go into a bit of a meat grinder here. That's an unfortunate start for this push here for Wayne.
That was 35 Lings going down for nothing, essentially. 37 Lings even, so Wayne is in a lot of trouble. Banelings are now on the way. Do we have Baneling speed? We do have Baneling speed, but we don't have many Banelings ready for this.
Yeah, we do have 2 tanks, so a couple of good volleys will be able to wipe out the Baneling count. One of the tank goes down to the Biles, and there's a Viper available. That's a yoink, but that's so much so brilliant target firing coming out from Quanta. There are still a couple of Banelings left over here.
Yeah,
and
but
not a lot of Marauders.
And the split was just a little bit too good earlier. Quanta doing well here. No! He runs into the Banelings, and with that takes it into the face. It was the blinding cloud there. Beautiful blinding cloud from Wayne. And with that, Wayne, he holds.
Man, I didn't even notice a blinding cloud over there, but yeah, it was there, and have to wonder if Quanta as well might not have been able to catch that.
Oof. Yeah, that was a brutal moment. Yeah, with that blinding cloud, the army just moved commanded forward into the Banelings. That was brutal, and things weren't looking too bad for Quanta. He was gaining ground, but not anymore.
Yeah. Would have been able to snipe those mainlings as well, and I'm sure that was what he was counting on. He was really banking on just being able to target them down and not having to worry about them and just continue to keep pushing with a pretty large Bioforce, a pretty well upgraded Bioforce, but one good Blinding Cloud, that's all it takes, and Quanta knows that he needs to keep this going. He knows that he's on a little bit of a timer. I believe he scouted the Hive earlier on.
Yeah. And now we dive on the army here. The Vipers are going to be shut down, but what about the main army as Wayne is snowballing out of control? He shuts the main army down. Ultras have arrived. And again, Quanta was basically all in earlier. Like, he had taken such a big loss in the early game. He was at a deficit. His one chance was with that push, and that push did end. His chance no longer there.
And no longer exists. We now have Ultras out, and Quanta has no real answer to them. No ghosts, no liberators, no nothing. Yeah. He was bricking for the most part, just trying to max out as quickly as possible on Marine Tank. But that push didn't quite work out, and so yeah, Wayne is winning.
Yeah, Wayne, he's looking to break this natural base. I mean, good efficient trade here by Quanta, but the tank does fall. He does have one more tank in the back line, but it's going to be bottled down here by the Ravagers, and the Ultras are going to go uncontested here as Wayne has controlled the low ground once again.
Yeah, efficient trades from Quanta, but Wayne doesn't need to trade efficiently. GG is called, and Wayne is going to dethrone our king, Quanta, here in a very short-lived reign. Nicely done.
GG, well played. Wayne does take it in the end. Congratulations. My condolences to Quanta. It was still a very impressive push despite how far behind he was, despite how rough the opener was for him to lose control of his low ground, for 1-1 to be denied as well. Like, Wayne had such a strong start with that Roach push. He caught Quanta completely off guard with his pants down.
Yeah.
But Quanta brought it back with that push, and it was impressive. Didn't work in the end, but it was still a close fight there, and GG. GG, well played.
Yeah. GG, very well played here by Wayne. Yeah, now that you mentioned it, it completely slipped my mind, but Quanta was playing very greedily, question mark? I mean, it was economic with that 3cc, but what I'm really trying to get at here is the fact that he delayed his tanks for so long, even trying to get that add-on swap with the factory instead of throwing down a tech lab and getting his safety tanks. That was a decision that absolutely led to his downfall.
Oh yeah, did lead to his downfall in the end. GG, well played. Wayne is going to be our current reigning king of the hill, and we are heading over to the land of Europe for our next series. We are entering a ZVP.
Indeed, we are. Player who I've been waiting on for quite some time. Somebody who is very active in OSC events, and I'm glad we're going to be able to catch him on at the tail end of the tournament here. It's going to be one of those Polish Protoss players. It's Art.
Oh, it's the other one.
Oh, well, never mind. Never mind.
It's Art, not to be confused with Art.
Yes.
Who's also on the same team.
Different, who is also on the same team, but different somehow.
Uh-huh. Just a little bit as we are just setting things up here. Getting into our lobby of choice. Looks like the game is going to be on Oceanborn, but we do have to wait for our lovely casters to jump on in.
Yeah, players to jump on in. As, yeah, we're just going through customs, you know, getting our visas ready. EU to NA, it's pretty quick, but the other way around. Gotta make sure you have your paperwork.
Yeah, exactly. Don't want to get caught by border security.
Yeah, border patrol, if you will.
But But we are setting up. We have our lobby of choice. We have our map of choice, and we're diving into our next game. As you mentioned before, we are kind of nearing the end of the broadcast in a sense. We're running out of matches. We have, I believe, 4 matches left.
Yeah, including this one, so 3 to 4, depending on how you want to count it. No, it can't be 5. I was gonna say, depending on how you count it, it could also be 5, but
It's like, if you can't count, we could have 5 matches left. Oh, true.
yeah,
Not wrong. Just say numbers.
numbers really.
Uh-huh.
What are they? Who said what? We don't have to give the powers. We're the ones giving them power.
Yeah, we empower the number, but they mean nothing.
Yeah. Who's to say that 5 means 5?
Yeah, the soup, it lies.
Hey.
It lies sometimes. You know,
Exactly.
sometimes the big number is actually smaller.
Yeah.
Yeah. We have
Gotta
4
keep
matches left.
your eye on that decimal point. Well, loading into Oceanborn. We're over here in the top left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top left. We have a red Protoss player coming out from the land of not Poland. Wait, Poland? No, not Poland. We have representing Platinum Heroes. It is Art.
And
Not from Poland, but still Protoss and still representing Platinum Heroes.
there you go, there you go. And spawning in the bottom right-hand corner, we have the blue Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle, our current king of the hill, with 1 win under his belt. It is Wayne.
Formerly known as Vanya. And nothing else.
Oh, you don't like the Pokemon?
SMHing my hedge. It's just constant SMHing of hedge. I still think Vanya was a cooler name.
It was,
but
yeah, 100%.
I'm kind of glad that he went from Rattata to Wayne.
Are you not a little bit frustrated and teased that we never got Eradicate?
A little bit.
We never got it.
You know what? I think it's we never did, but I think it's fitting that we went from Rattata to Wayne because now he's a trainer.
Okay.
He's no longer in the bowl.
He's still Rattata on Twitter, by the way.
Yes. But you know, that's Twitter. You know, they have crazy rules over there.
There you go. As we are settling into our openers, and I'm curious how Art is going to be approaching this. I mentioned before that Wayne is one of the stronger Zerg players in Europe currently. You know, he's top 5, arguably even more than that, but still an amazing player in his own right. Art can take it to Wayne, but we'll see what kind of aggression he whips out, as it is going to be a Twilight Council opener from Art. We pulled out.
Indeed it is. But we did pull out. We did exclamation mark pull out.
There you go. So we pulled out a gas. It is going to be 2 and 2. This should mean that it's going to be a Glaive Adept build here from Art. What I find interesting, though, is that there is no Robo.
Yeah, so it's not going to be a Warp Prism to reinforce this. So it's not going to be an Observer to, you know, potentially clear up creep if it comes to that. It's still very committed on gateways, though. That's 4.
Yeah.
4? 4.
Like, what does 4 really mean? You know, like what does it mean?
Yeah. You think it means more than 3 but less than 5? No.
So
who determined that?
This is a macro Glaive Adept build. So it's going to be 4 gate Glaive Adepts. Because we don't have a Robo, because we have saved money that we would have spent on a Robo, we can spend that money elsewhere. That's going to be on a Nexus, so it's a macro Glaive build here from Art. Lings, they get a surround here on one of the Adepts. Oh, they try to.
Trying to, but these Adepts are slippery. A couple of them do manage to make it out of here. One of them will go down in the end. But Art is able to get rid of, for the most part, Wayne's map control. Or map presence.
Is able to. We can see that Wayne is throwing down a Roach Warren here at around the 4-minute mark. He's amassing some Lings, getting into 3-base saturation. Now, something that I should emphasize though is that Art needs to be careful with these adepts. On the one hand, it's a macro opener and we have a fast star base, true, but because there's no Robo, there's no immortal production. It means that if we lose these adepts, we are very vulnerable to a Roach counterattack. So Art has to be very careful with how and when he shades and how he does spend his units here.
Yeah, it's all about keeping Wayne back on his side of the map here. Because like I said, if at any point the Roaches decide to fight these Adepts or go across the map, there's just no defenses. I mean, these Adepts aren't going to do anything against the Roaches. Which is why they have to shade back and forth. They have to evade them and lead them on a bit of a wild goose chase.
Yeah, you can see that Art, he confirms the Ling army and he backs the hell off. Wayne is amassing Roaches as we speak, taking gases. Now, Wayne doesn't have a lair, he doesn't have Roach speed, but he is sending his Lings across the map. Wayne is going to be applying some pressure here as he drones back at home.
Yeah. It's ideal here for Wayne, really. Does want to get into his mate game, does want to be able to get into his lair and get his more upgraded Roach composition. Art so far hasn't really been able to disrupt the mining of Wayne.
Ooh, yes, he does not commit. Meanwhile, there was on the wall. Lings, they do flood in. The shield battery, there's none here at the natural base. The Stalker goes down and we can go for the probes.
Probes are very vulnerable. The Adepts are here and a couple more do get warped in, but oh, that's apparently going to be it here. GG is called and Wayne is going to continue his reign as King of the Hill.
I don't know why I thought you were going to say down in Africa. I don't know why. GG, well played, Wayne. He will take it in the end. And that's just a really unfortunate end to that game as well. Like, Art, he was getting into his build, you know, it was Glaive Adepts, into his Robo production. He was working towards Immortals, or I believe thinking about working towards Immortals as well. Sometimes, though, all it takes is for the wall to be open, and just like that, things kind of fell apart there for Art, and we saw that we had a Roach army pushing towards the natural as well, or sorry, towards the third base as well. Things were popping off.
Yeah, that was kind of the cornerstone, right, of the Protoss build, is to just have that unit in position. But once the wall is the wall, everything else pretty much came crumbling. Down here in Africa. Not sure how much of that we're allowed to sing here.
It's fine. You should stop singing.
The drums are echoing tonight.
Beautiful, beautiful. As Wayne will take down his opponent, will continue his reign, and the question becomes, who's next? Who is next here?
Yeah. Who's going to be having the... I don't remember the lyrics of that song.
It's fine, it's fine. Don't worry about it. Don't worry about it.
Who's gonna drag him away from you?
Do we have...
Who's...
the...
Wait.
Oh, let's go!
Something ever do.
I was about to say, is it going to be Art? Is it going to be someone else here? Is it going to be the other Art? It is. It's going to be the Polish Art instead. Let's go.
On the same team, by the way.
On the same team.
Not the same team as Wayne, but the same team as the Art that we just played. And, oh, very, very ballsy of him. He'll be playing a map that is very consistently vetoed. Dynasty.
Let's go. Let's go. Now, Art may have failed, but Art is coming up next.
And he's even playing into that. First, we had Art before Art. That's how to differentiate them.
Yes, exactly. And what I will say is that this Art is a little bit more accomplished. I would rate this Art a little bit higher as well. So we're going to be seeing a very different dynamic, especially because we're loading into Dynasty of all maps.
Yeah, I mean, the previous Art that we had, very, very young player. I think he is, what, 18, 19 or something like that. Art has been around for quite a lot longer, and like you said, has been a lot more accomplished in OSC events as well. He has been a very consistent and very active player, and now we're gonna see him at play once again here, loading on Dynasty. Over here in the top right-hand corner of the map, spawning all the way in the top right-hand corner, not in Africa, but on Dynasty. We have a pink Polish Protoss player representing Platinum Heroes, as well as Pichilkap, otherwise known as Zest here, apparently, here in his portrait picture.
God.
We have Art.
And spawning in the bottom left-hand corner, going for the gold as is natural, but not the way that you would think, by the way, on the other side of the wall. Ooh. Representing Starlight Twinkle, it's our current King of the Hill with 2 wins under his belt. It is Wayne.
So greedy here coming out from Wayne. He doesn't just want the gold, he also wants the purple.
Oh yeah, for those who were here over the weekend, last weekend, and if you watched WTL, you would be familiar with this build. This build was showcased by Scarlet over the weekend versus Skillus in WTL on Dynasty, and yeah, Skillus was unable to punish this, by the way. There's a bit of a give and take. On the one hand, this base is isolated, true, but it's also actually a bit of a more secure way to take this base. If you take it on the left-hand side, you can abuse it with Glaive Adepts, or with regular Adepts, like Adepts, Stalkers, any kind of ranged unit will just punish the mineral line here. If you expand on the right-hand side, it's much more defendable.
Yeah, funnily enough, it's much more defendable, and you have Rich Vespine.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, somehow I feel like this was an inadvertent consequence of what the map maker was intending.
Yep, and there we go. The gas is being taken. Now, with this Rich Vespine gas, guys, this usually leads into a Roach all-in, into a Ling Roach all-in here from the side of Wayne. We'll see if Art can do anything about it, as Art is going for his own natural base. He's going for his own gold.
Yeah, a lot more defensible. At least for Protoss, it's a lot more defensible. Zerg, not so much.
Yeah, there's a reason why this map is often not seen, and this map is often vetoed by Zerg players because they can't really punish this gold base, and the reverse is true, where the Protoss can punish the gold of the Zerg. But in this kind of game state, I'm curious how this is going to turn out. Art is going for a Twilight Council opener. Like his predecessor, we could be seeing Glaive Adepts.
Yeah. I think it should be noted that this map was selected by Art, not by Wayne.
Mm-hmm. Yes,
so I'm sure Art has something planned on it.
I'm sure he does. A Robo gets thrown down. Twilight Council is done. We do pull out a gas, which means this should be Glaives here from the side of Art. Unlike what we saw in the previous game, though, this is not going to be a macro version of it, as we, of course, have a Robo for the Warp Prism, and we haven't actually pulled out a gas. Are we going for a Dark Shrine? This is a little bit different.
Oh, seeing more gateways get thrown down.
Well, that's a lot of gates. That's a lot of gates.
Yeah. It's 4 gates, and we do have Glaive on the way.
Okay.
But we also have a lot of gas.
Okay. We pulled out.
Okay. There we go. We go.
Yeah, it was a later pull out here from Art. So it's going to be 4 gate Glaive Adepts. This time it's going to be more aggressive because we have the Warp Prism to reinforce. We'll see if Wayne can keep up, because the downside of his opener here is that his bases are very far apart.
Yeah, and you were talking about how this side of the map is a little bit more defensible, because obviously to punish the mineral line from the other side, you would have to go through the natural and the main base. Well, with a Warp Prism, you can kind of bypass both of them.
True. We can see Adepts on the left-hand side of these minerals. It kind of happened here as the Prism is moving out, and we pull back in. We pull back into gas 3 and 3, and we see why.
That is, in fact, going to be a Dark Shrine follow-up here after the Glaive Adepts. He doesn't cancel Glaives, so he is still committed to that. He is still going to try to punish the mineral line, but Art is planning a little bit of a 1-2 punch here.
Exactly. A very committed, very aggressive build here to commit into more gases to go Glaive Adept plus Dark Templar as well. And we'll see if Wayne can keep up with the layers of this aggression. We have a Spore here on the right-hand side. We have a Spore on the way on the left. What's important is that these Adepts, they could even try to kill some of these Spores to allow for the DTs to snowball out of control.
Yeah, that would definitely be ideal. It's okay to sacrifice a couple of Adepts if it means that the Dark Templar are going to be able to clean up entirely behind him. Very good surround here from Wayne. covering just about every single adept. And because these adept, and because this Warp Prism had to juggle the adepts, you know, no warp-ins have been warped in just yet until now.
And here we go. The DTs are waddling in towards that natural. We do have a spore in position, but if there's no army, then it's possible that these DTs could just dive on that spore immediately. Meanwhile, the main base is vulnerable. There is no spore in the main base, so we could bypass the natural, go straight for the main instead. Art does have options. We'll see what he can get done as the adepts are going to be shut down. They get surrounded.
Yeah, I gotta try to shade away, but it's a little bit too late. So instead, Art is forced to pick up and evacuate away. DT's not quite able to get on top of the Spore Crawler. Drone's doing a really good job of body blocking, so he will lose one of his Star Templar, and he will recall the other Archon back at home. 8 drones go down, but I feel like for Wayne, that's negligible, considering the fact that he does have the rich Vespine gas, he does have gold mining.
Exactly, like Art, he can afford these losses. 8 drones is good damage for Art, but Wayne can afford those losses with that gold base. Going for a 4th as well. The Adept harass has concluded. The DT harass has been shut down, and Wayne, he's looking solid, and soon it's going to be Wayne the one moving out.
Yeah, going to be looking to go for the... We had the 1-2 punch, and now he's looking for punch number 3. And he's going to have a much stronger army with an Adept at the very least, a couple of Immortals as well, and Blinkstalkers.
Yeah, Archie's trying to get into that next stage, into that next step. We do see the Overseer Scout confirming that there's no Fast Bay, there's no Colossus production, for example. It is just going to be Charge Lots, Archon, Immortal here from the side of Art. And Wayne, he's just focusing on his army. He's drawn up to 54, and Wayne is cutting drone production here. He has yet to fully saturate his 4th base. Adepts do come in though from behind.
And they're getting a couple of drone kills here and there. Whatever he can do to, again, just chip away at the economy of Wayne is potentially going to domino out of control. I mean, Art already has overtaken the work account because of this aggression.
Yeah, 8 drones go down, and we're not done, by the way. We can focus down a couple more. We're going to get a 9th drone, and we're going to get a 10th drone as well. Very nice damage dealt here, but Wayne, he has had enough. He's pushing across the map with Lings, with Roaches, with Ravagers. Wayne is going for an all-in. I mentioned before that Wayne hasn't made a drone in quite some time. He's on 49 workers, and he is not droning.
And that soup isn't lying just yet anyway. A little bit of an unfortunate move out here from Art. Gonna be evacuating the high ground and get a little bit caught in the middle of the map. Thankfully, he isn't too far away from his defenses, so he can pull back. And he does have quite a number of defenses. That's a lot of Archons.
That is a lot of Archons, a lot of Immortals as well. Bile's going to be raining down. We do have the shield battery, we do have the overcharge, but that one shield battery is going to be exposed, and it gets Bile down.
Just, okay, not quite like so. Don't think we have an overcharge available just yet. So now we do, but we don't have a shield battery. So, yeah, Wayne is going to continue to bust his way on through. Really good use of the choke points here from Art to isolate as many isolate as many units as possible. Really good juggling as well, but it looks like Wayne just barely doesn't have enough actually.
These Immortals have been going to town. The Immortals, they did so much damage here. All it was 4 Immortals. Biles are going to be connecting, but we do chase back Wayne, and Wayne is in trouble right now. He does not have an amazing economy behind this, by the way. He's still only on 48 workers. Art does take a worker lead, and Art forces Wayne back.
Yeah, Art, I mean, he's picked off a lot of high tech and high value units, but he hasn't been able to deal any economic damage either. Art doesn't have an amazing worker count, but again, it's higher than Wayne's, and he has a gold base.
He does.
So it doesn't have to be amazing.
Yeah, Roach Cannon's not going to be applying some pressure. We do catch 4 probes. Not too bad. Again, the pressure's on Wayne. Meanwhile, he gets eyes on the base. At the same time, Archon's going to be harassing across the map.
Ooh.
The Prism does manage to escape here, and Wayne, for the most part, has map control. He wants that 4th.
Yeah, he knows that, like you said, the pressure is on him. He needs to do whatever he can to continue to contain Art and try to set back up economically. Well, I say try to set back up economically, but once again, he's just not droning.
Yeah, he's all in. Like Wayne, he is all in here. He's going for a second wave, for a second push. Only has 1 Ravager this time, bear that in mind, and he wants to try to lock down this army. He's going for this round. This time there's a shield battery in the back line.
Yeah, much safer position. Battery overcharge does get popped, and Wayne, he knows that he cannot bust this. Not while battery overcharge is active.
Yeah, he does drag the army out of position, out of range of that shield battery, but good juggling here by Art once again. He does lose an Archon, but he keeps the Immortals alive, and Wayne is being forced back.
Yeah, for now anyway, as it looks like on much more open ground. Yeah, this is exactly where Wayne wants to fight, and now Art is starting to sustain some very heavy losses.
There we go, the Archons go down, the Immortals go down, GG gets pulled, Wayne, he barely breaks through, and finally the all-in works, and Wayne claims another victim is still our king of the hill.
Yeah, gonna add that other notch to his belt. He can say proudly that he's taken out Art and then Art.
There you go.
One after the other.
Both Arts have fallen. GG, well played. Wayne takes it 1-0. That was very close though, very close. Like the initial all-in from Wayne fell on its face. Art was holding, he was defending, but Art could not take his fourth. The fourth base just could not get up and running, and Art was maybe thinking a little bit too far ahead. On top of that, Art also took a fight out of range of the overcharge. Remember, overcharge was popped, and then Wayne dragged the army out of position, was able to take a better fight, and was able to finally break through onto those Immortals and snowball out of control.
Yeah, that was the one move there that would have won Wayne the game, and that's exactly what Wayne was very quick to identify, and that's exactly what he did. Art a little bit frazzled after having the second all-in his face, and I can't say I blame him. That was a lot of Zerg that he was staring down, and he didn't have that large of an army.
Exactly, and it was impressive what Art was able to accomplish with such a small army initially, but eventually it was not quite enough. And now we have 2 matches left. We have 2 matches remaining here. Who is coming up next? It looks like we have a potential contender here. We might have another Polish Protoss.
Yeah, coming out swinging here towards the end. Okay, so we know who at least one of our competitors is going to be. He is asking for a couple of minutes, not quite ready yet. So the question is, do we have somebody else who wants to play first?
That is the question. I mean, we're more than happy to wait a few minutes here, so we might be going on a small break. For those that are curious, for the time being, we have Geralt. Geralt is slated to go up against Wayne in another Zerg versus Protoss. Geralt, of course, one of the stronger Protoss players in Poland. I would say that Geralt and Cristiano have been both improving so much here over the past couple of years. And yeah, they're becoming even more renowned in some of the best Protosses in Europe.
Yeah. Just continuing to level up. I do see Geralt over here in the chat. So it looks like we're going to be getting into it.
Okay, so we might just go on a short break here, just because it looks like Geralt needs a minute or two. So looks like we're going to be going on a very short break, and when we return, we will have Wayne versus Geralt.
Indeed, we shall. Yet another PvZ. We'll start from them a little bit, but now we're starting to get into them.
Oh, also, I should emphasize as well, actually, looks like we're ready. Never mind. I was going to go on a short break, but it looks like Geralt is now ready. He's now prepared. We have our lobby of choice, and we're going to be loading in to Golden Aura here for our second last game of the night.
Yeah, here we go. 2 more chances, 2 final chances to dethrone Wayne.
Yeah, exactly. Can Wayne be stopped?
I like this from Geralt. He's asking for a quick second just to get his music on the way. You need those jams. You need Toto to be playing when you're in King of the Hill.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's the case for you, but I found that listening to high-paced music definitely helps, at least for Zerg play, just because...
oh, yeah, it's the opposite for me. Because I feel like when I listen to fast-paced music while I ladder, I'm like, get into it too much, and then I'm starting to sweat, and then I'm starting to have my heart pound.
Yo, it's too much, man. It's too much. It's too intense.
Too much.
Okay. Fair enough.
And then my hands shake.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I know that on the flip side of things, I know that Oreo, for example, he listens to a lot of classical music when he plays. Classical music.
Yeah.
Which is
That's
a lot
definitely
more
one way
zen.
of doing it. Yeah. Yeah. Well, depends on what kind of classical.
True. True.
Because you can have a lot of classical that is still very, I wouldn't say fast-paced, but they are still intense.
Yeah.
Especially the ones that have canon sounds in them.
I don't. Okay, you're not wrong. Cannons are intense.
Yeah.
Intense. Yeah.
Very intense. Speaking of which, here we are now. Gonna be continuing our run here, continuing Wayne's run here on Golden Aura, where we're here in the bottom right-hand corner of the map, spawning, yes, in the bottom right. We, of course, have our red Protoss player coming down from the land of Poland. Is, of course, going to be representing his team Storm Gaming. Sometimes Storm Navi, but this time Storm Gaming. We have Gerald.
And spawning in the top left-hand corner, we have the Blue Zerg player representing Starlight Twinkle, the current king of the hill. It is Wayne. And a big shout out to Eddie in the chat. True, by the way, letting us know that you can't spell Geralt without art.
Can you? Wait,
You can't?
but it's alt.
Yeah, there's an R.
There is an R.
There's an R.
There's an R.
It's math.
Yeah, it is Geralt.
Mm-hmm.
That's canon. It's not Gerald.
Yeah, not in EU.
Yeah, not in EU. I like to think that Gerald and Geralt, you know, the one that he uses depends on how much facial hair he has at a time. So when he shaves, it becomes one or the other, and then when he grows it out,
See,
he swaps the letters. At the end.
I thought you were gonna say like they're like his two alter egos and they like allow for different like play styles or something like that. And you're like, no, it's all depending on the facial hair.
No, they are alter egos, but
okay.
the alter egos are predicated on how much facial hair he has
Okay, fair
at a
enough.
time.
I mean, what I will say is that Geralt has actually started growing his facial hair again. I don't know if you saw this week in WTL. Like, he was looking a little bit more scruffier than normal, and I was like, yo, is it coming back? Is the mustache making a comeback? It's possible.
Yeah. I think it has been determined that the longer the beard, the stronger the power.
I mean, that's just math.
It's math.
It's another Twilight Council opener, by the way.
This is another Twilight Council opener, so potentially we're going to be seeing more Adepts, more Dark Templar as well.
Yeah, that's the thing here. So, Clave Adepts are a big possibility. We'll keep an eye on the gases if we pull out or not. It could be a DT opener. I mean, we had the best of both worlds with Art earlier in the previous game. So, Geralt has a lot to live up to here as the Robo has been thrown down. We have not pulled out a gas. This looks like a Dark Shrine-based build, but we'll see.
Indeed, we shall keep our eyes glued to those simulators.
Yeah, exactly. Meanwhile, back at home, Wayne just going to be droning on up, just going to be saturating the bases. Adepts trying to keep an eye on things, trying to get a read on what Wayne is up to. And we are still waiting for that take of choice. Overlord Scout is coming in, though.
Yeah, no Stalker just yet. So no anti-air that can really chase us away. There is the Dark Shrine. Confirmed.
There we go. It's going to be a DT opener. Now, the Overlord Scouts, the Overlord does confirm that there's no research. There's no research on the Twilight Council, so Wayne can deduce that it's going to be DTs instead of Adepts.
Yeah, we should be seeing a couple of spores pop up back at home. The wall is not a wall!
Oh, no!
And the Lings are slipping in. Recall is coming down. Boys are being pulled, but it looks like this pylon will go down and will delay. Actually, it doesn't delay Warp Gate that much, thankfully.
Yeah, we got a full scan of the main base as well. We confirmed that there is no research, there is no upgrade. More probes going to be falling here. 4 workers in total. Lings still being active, still a big distraction here for Geralt. as we do get eyes on that Dark Shrine. Back at home, Wayne, he's throwing down spores, he's droning because he knows it's the Dark Shrine as well. He can cut some of those lings, and he even escapes with a handful of lings as well.
Yeah, 2 of them, which can regen and can later down the line join the fight. Not if they get killed, though.
They get shut down towards the end, but that was a really rough start here for Geralt. He has been slowed down, he has been disrupted, he lost a pylon, lost 5 workers, his push was delayed, and Wayne has that much more time to prepare.
Yeah. Gonna be getting his units in order. Roach Warren about to be finishing up. I like this from Geralt. He is still gonna try to get something done with these ETs, but he's already on his next step of the plan. He is throwing down that Robo Bay. And yeah, doesn't even bother with the DTs. He knows that most likely there's going to be detection, so instead he's going to harass with an Archon.
Yeah, Geralt, he's respecting Wayne quite a lot. He, as you mentioned, he doesn't even try to harass with DTs, and he's already transitioning because he's investing into his next step. It's not even a double Archon drop. It's only 1 Archon here. He's just preserving his gas. He knows that the DTs aren't going to get much damage done here, so Geralt is trying to pivot away from this and trying to get to that next phase of PvZ. It's not going to be easy. It's not going to be an easy road to walk to, to go down here for Geralt, but he's going for it.
Yeah, it's not going to be easy, but he's going to try, and Disruptor's coming out first.
Okay, high risk, high reward. We are rushing into Disruptors, not Colossus, and that is a way to get back into this.
Yeah, definitely, it is a great equalizer. I was a little bit stumped as what you said, but now I can figure it out. You said high risk, high reward.
What do you think I said? what was
I thought Discord bugged for a sec, and I think Discord did bug for a sec because it just came warbled into my ear. So I was like, for a second I thought you said Kaiba, and I was like, Yu-Gi-Oh? What? But no, it's
what?
My brain needed a second to process. I think Discord just, for a very quick second, bandwidth just died.
You're like,
and so I could hear the sounds, but I couldn't make out the words.
You've activated my trap card. I'm summoning my blue eyes. Okay.
Yeah, but you know what? That's exactly what we should be calling disruptors.
There you go. And speaking of, we're diving on the arm, by the way. First Nova goes off, and it looks like it will connect. Juicy connection on those roaches. Second Nova likewise connects with 2 more roaches as well. Good start here for Geralt. But 1 disruptor goes down, and here come the roaches towards that third base.
Yeah, Warp Prism not quite here to juggle the disruptors. One of them will go down, but the Warp Prism now here in position, as well as the Archons. Archons getting a lot of splash damage done. Yeah, going for the base, but battery overcharge does get popped. Does keep this space alive.
Yeah, Geralt, he's holding his supply block. He's holding on. Meanwhile, behind this Wayne, he retreats. He's still in 3-base saturation as the 4th base, taking his gases, and we are going for a Muta switch.
Yeah, once again, high risk, high reward coming out from our players. Now, the fact that Geralt already has Archons and most likely will be taking into Blink from here does limit what these Mutalisks can get done, at least in a fight, but it also means that that Geralt is much less likely to see this coming. Wayne can sneak them around and can completely mess up a mineral line.
He really can, and here come the roaches once again towards the 4th base. You're just going to be distracting Geralt, applying some pressure as 11 Mutas are on the way. We're getting into +1 air attack. What does this mean? It looks like Wayne wants to go mass Muta, not just Mutas to harass, but to just double down. Can he get away with that though? Because here comes Geralt.
Yeah, with an army that's about as anti-Muta as you can get without throwing in Phoenixes. So this is again gonna be very tricky for him, but I want to believe that he can get something done here. You know, if he can magic box his way around these Archons, or even isolate them and take them out before the Mutas come into play. That's not ideal, though. Having Mutas right into all those stalkers.
Tell the Mutas go down, but we have a flock of Mutas across the map. Probes are falling left and right. Geralt, he's becoming all in here. He's got to commit.
Yeah, he has to commit, and he has to get something done here, but this is not the best place for a Protoss army to fight. There aren't that many roaches, and that was a very juicy Purification Nova. So despite fighting on creep and into a little bit of a concave here, it looks like Geralt might just barely be able to break his way forward.
Oh, you say that, but the boys have been pulled and we can afford to lose some drones. Nova's going to be going off as well. It takes down only a handful of roaches, and Geralt is being forced further and further back. Reinforcements are on the way. Nova, good connection here on the roaches once again from Geralt, but he's running out of steam. He's running out of army.
Yeah, his Archons did go down, and without the Archons here, the Mutalisks are a much more credible threat here to the Protoss army.
Definitely, as the Mutas in the main base are finally going to be zoned away. Geralt, he's down to 39 workers, 39 probes, but he has 4 Nexi. He can still resaturate his bases, but here comes Wayne getting ready for his next wave, for his next push. He's actually re-droning, though. The game may calm down from here.
Yeah, potentially. I mean, Wayne did lose a lot of his workers. He did sacrifice a lot of his workers to hold over there, and does expect the Purification Nova will be losing even more of them.
Yes,
I was gonna say, you know, Wayne also killed a lot of probes from Geralt, so he is technically in the better economic position, but he's not safe enough to continue to build army and just really conclude this game.
And we have a DT harassing you at the 4th base as well. No detection, by the way. We get 9 drone kills at the same time. DT in the main as well. For drones going down left and right. Wayne, his economy now in shambles here. Geralt, he's catching back up.
Yeah, slowly but surely. Just about able to equalize worker counts.
Yeah, of course, with the mass muted with +1 air attack, Wayne can still threaten these bases, so Geralt has to be careful. Because Geralt has War Prison speed, has been able to keep these disruptors alive. So far, so good for our Protoss player, but he is being contained, and now the game is settling down. Wayne is droning, Geralt likewise focusing on rebuilding his economy and his army.
And the longer this game goes on, the more I want to favor Geralt. You know, he is on an even base count with Wayne.
Yeah.
An even base count with Wayne. Both of them have four bases each.
And they're both on 4
and
bases.
And that's better for Protoss.
We do see Wayne trying to sneak out that gold base. That is going to be a way for Gain to gain an advantage here in set economy. Muta's still going to be harassing. We do catch a couple of probes. Good positioning here from Wayne as he does shut down the gas geyser.
Yeah, not too bad. And as we get into the late game, gas is going to be much more valuable. But Geralt does scout the gold base of Wayne.
Yeah, the gold base is under fire here. Ooh, that's a kill that'll cancel 300 minerals down the drain. At the same time, the Mutas, they take down both gas geysers. 8 probes go down. We even shut down some of these stalkers, forcing the overcharge and keeping Geralt's attention back at home.
Yeah, so at the very least, Wayne is fighting back here. But he is starting to get picked apart a little bit. Pneumatized Carapace, not done just yet, and one of these overseers even got sniped, so DCTs! He had to shelve them a little bit in the early game, but Geralt is getting a lot done with them.
There's still no spore.
Game.
Yeah, there's still no spore. We're not kind of mining here at the 4th base once again, but here comes the Overseer. Finally, Overlord speed does complete, and Wayne can defend, but he has been struggling. Despite that, though, Geralt, he's still trying to build back up. The Mutaflock is looking that much larger. We're up to 32 Mutas.
And we're at the point where Wayne can afford to dive in, get a couple of kills, and dive out. I say dive in, dive out, but he does overstay his welcome a little bit, and as a result, does get a couple of his Mutalisks picked off.
Yeah, a couple of Mutas go down. Meanwhile, the Prism is being chased back. Finally, the War Prism does fall here, so Wayne has that much more security back at home. And likewise, trying to bypass these Stalkers. We do blink in.
And we do once again, catch a couple more Mutalisks. No splash damage here from Geralt, which is at least not against air units, which is interesting. Hasn't remade those Archons, hasn't gone into a Temple Archives.
Ooh, meanwhile, the Mutas in the main base are getting out of control. They shut down the Forge, they shut down the Dark Shrine. No more DTs can be morphed in. We even catch a couple of the Archons that you were just talking about. Archons, they get shut down just in time, and the Mutas, they will escape.
That they will escape, and they have already done so much damage. War Prism goes down once again. And once again, with that Warpers going down, there's nothing keeping Wayne back. There's nothing to stop the onslaught of Zerg.
Yeah, we're up to 39 mutas, by the way. A couple of shots going to be going up, but the rest of the muta folk is going to be joining up, and now we can just overwhelm the Stalkers. There's too many mutas here. The mass muta has gotten out of hand. It's gotten out of control. There's no Archons. There's no Phoenixes. Only Blink Stalkers, and it's not good enough.
What did we settle on when it comes to the terminology of Mutalist? GG is called, and Wayne will maintain his position here as the king of the hill, with only one contender remaining in front of him. GG. Very nicely done. I think that was probably the closest game that we saw out of Wayne. That was probably the that was probably the game that had the highest likelihood of going to going against his favor. Geralt almost closed it out, almost was able to get it done, but Wayne just held strong, made mutas. That's the new motto for Zerg players out there. Keep calm, make mutas.
Oh yeah, did keep calm, did it master those mutas. It was still a pretty intense game though between those two players. The DTs are wreaking havoc. Things got very chaotic. Things got very messy there between Wayne and Geralt. But in the end, Wayne was able to overwhelm. Again, as you were mentioning, the mutas were revealed really early on, and Geralt was aware of them, but he never tried to go into Phoenixes. He really did stay on a low Archon count as well, never teched up into a Templar Archives, was relying heavily on those Stalkers, and they were doing well for a while, but it's kind of like the dynamic we saw with like the Carrier and the Hydra, where Hydras can do well against a low amount of carriers. As the carrier count gets higher, you have to transition. Likewise, with mutas, you can't just rely on those Blink Stalkers. You need to support your army in another way, and or otherwise, eventually, the Zerg player just overwhelms.
Yeah. You always need to keep that in mind. That's critical mass. That is math that does check out.
That is math, and it looks like we have one series left here, one best of one remaining in the tournament. And it is going to be Wayne versus a player that we haven't seen in quite some time. Not the most active player nowadays, but it's going to be Wayne versus Juanito versus Special.
Okay, dragging him out of retirement because he heard that there was a king to be potentially slain. Yeah, that's not the player I was expecting at all nowadays. I mean, in the past, Special has been very, very active overall, not just in OSC events, but hey, he was also very active in OSC events. He was active in Jopa Hyperion. He was playing in just about anything he could get in his hands on. Nowadays, has taken a little bit of a step back. Hasn't quite been the titan of the Latin American scene that we know him for, but I can't say I'm disappointed. I'm excited to see Juanito come back here and dragged out of retirement. I don't think he ever officially announced retirement, but like you said, he has just been taking a step back.
Yeah, I wouldn't say that.
Now we're gonna get eyes on him.
For sure. I wouldn't say that Juanito's retired, but he has kind of, as you mentioned, kind of like eased up when it comes to how active he's been in a lot of these events. But regardless, it's great to see him here. For those who are curious, last time we saw Juanito, of course, he played in the America's Regionals of EPT. Likewise, he also competed in WTL. He competed for Hyper 1. He joined Hyper 1 briefly just for the qualifiers of WTL. Since then, of course, he has been he is now a free agent, and he has a really large legacy behind him. I think that's the most surprising thing here, because Special he again is a little bit less active, which is weird because he's been grinding StarCraft for many years, even Brood War before that. Like, he's a very old school player from almost the beginning of StarCraft 2, even when he eventually did switch over from Brood War. And yeah, I mean, he's just got so much history behind him.
Yeah, at one point, I believe he was literally the only non-Korean member of Kespa. He did play on a Kespa teammate for Brood War, and then played in that first season of Pro League on Kespa teammate. as a Keswa player. After that, I think became more of a free agent, as he said, but still, you know, his heart is still in Korea. I believe he is still in Korea as well.
I mean, Special, he's in Mexico from my understanding. He's in Mexico.
Okay.
He's back at home.
Back in Guadalajara.
All good. But yeah, we are getting ready here for our next game. It is going to be Ghost River as our next matchup here. And
yeah, we're getting it all set up. We're getting it locked in. Ghost River, can't say I'm too surprised that that was the map pick here from Special. He has been known to be quite aggressive in the matchup. He's been known for having some very, very powerful timings, and Ghost River, of course, just kind of lends itself to that style. It is a very short rush distance map, so Juanito has a timing planned. This is the map to whip it out on.
oh yeah, this is the map here, and we are just getting ready for our final game, for our final best of one. Making sure everyone gets involved, everyone does get invited here. And actually, this is the first time we're actually getting into Ghost River. Fun fact.
Oh, so we're not getting Death Aura tonight,
True.
unfortunately.
No Death Aura tonight, no Death Aura, but at least we've been able to feature every other map so far, thankfully.
I haven't had post you.
No, true, yeah, no post.
Because I was just consistently vetoed by first Shameless and now Wayne.
Mm-hmm.
What else? Are we missing any other?
We can live with that.
No.
It's fine.
Yeah. But regardless, here we are on the final map of the evening with the final contender here to try to shake things up. We're going to be loading into Ghost River, where we're here in the top left-hand corner map, spawning all the way in the top left, going for a bit of an extractor trick. We have our red Zerg player coming down and representing Starlight Twinkle SLT. We have Wayne.
And spawning in the top right-hand corner, we have his opponent. We have the Mexican Terran player representing himself, but again, has so much history and legacy behind him. It is Juanito Special.
El Papito.
Let's go.
Juanito.
And this is looking like a 2x, actually, I was going to say 2x Reaper opener, but Special does have a special build that he likes to embrace. That is going to be a Rax into Factory on the low ground, fully walling off, having a bit of a greedier kind of opener instead.
Yeah. Greedy, but not that greedy. That makes sense. Greedy, but safe.
Yeah.
But also vulnerable, because you have the production there, but look.
Yeah.
It's a Juanito build.
Like, I don't know if greedy is the best word for it, because as you mentioned, your production is going to be vulnerable. It's going to be easier to scout any kind of add-on swap. So add-on swapping can be a little bit of a difficult thing to do at times as well, depending on how aggressive Wayne wants to be. There is that factory on the way. It is Rax into Factory before Command Center.
Yeah, so not that greedy in the end. All things considered, but pretty safe. You know, it doesn't mean that you can't get your command center on the low ground in position. That's Double Reaper coming up from Special.
Yeah, it's gonna be a Double Reaper build here from Special. And it looks like we're building up minerals, so we are expanding. It's not gonna be a one base all in. I wouldn't put it past Juanito for a one base all in, to be fair. So definitely keep my eye on him. Reaper does get across the map. We're going for the drone. Ooh.
We'll get the drone. We'll micro his way out of here, kind of dance a little bit with those links.
Yeah, it does get away. Very nice pick off here. Meanwhile, Special, because of the way this build works, and we were just talking about the risk of add-on swapping, we have the starport on the high ground. That means that there is not going to be an add-on swap for a Banshee-based opener. So I'm curious how this all comes together. This could even lead into something like a Hellbat push as well. If we went for an armory, if we went for a reactor to Hellium production. I'm curious, because again, it's just a very unique opener here from Special.
Yeah. something that he likes to do, but not a lot of other players do. It's called the special, if you will.
There you go. One Reaper does get picked off in the main base, so a bit of a brutal pick-off there from the side of Special. Behind this, going Hellion into Cyclone. He is reactoring out Marines, and he's going into a medevac first, so this is going to be a bit of a kitchen sink opener, where we're going for a really early drop, but there's no stim. There's limited Hellions. It sets Cyclones to support. It's going to be an interesting push here from Special.
Yeah. Not a full-on push that's meant to deal a lot of damage, but more of a push or drop that's meant to apply some pressure. Medevac here for any potential evacuations, and also to potentially, if there's an opening, dive on top of maybe a queen or some other key unit.
Well, I mean, mainly this is going to be hunting down Overlords. Like, Overlords are quite vulnerable out here, and with all these Marines and Cyclones, the first Overlord is going to be shut down. This is also working into a 2-on-1. There's no third CC. So far, there's no third CC, so we have 2-on-1 setup. One Overlord goes down. That does apply to Wayne, and Wayne is trying to get into Roach production. We need a lot of free supply for those Roaches.
Yeah, they are a very supply inefficient unit, so any supply blocks whatsoever are going to have a little bit of a compounding effect, and another Overlord goes down just as Wayne broke out of his supply block.
Yeah, we're looking for more Overlords here. Roach production has begun. Special does scout the Roach one. He's fully aware of what's going on. Should be getting ready for Roaches. Back at home, we have tank production well underway. Overseer comes in for a scout and won't get much done here as the scout is denied.
Oh, for now, but here comes the Cyclone.
Another Overlord does go down. We don't catch the Overseer yet, but we do get close. Meanwhile, Stim is on the way. Again, we have that 2-on-1 setup here from Special. He's going to have a pretty hefty army that he's building up towards here, and we'll see if Wayne drones, because Wayne is also staying on a low drone count.
Yeah, more Roaches are popping out.
There's no third. Like, it's two base.
Yeah.
It's 2 base versus 2 base, Poppy. Now we get the third CC on the way from Special, but this is wild from Wayne.
Yeah, I mean, trying to use the map to his advantage a little bit, trying to go for an early push like this, but Special already has tanks back at home.
I mean, that's the problem, right? Because Special went for a 2-on-1, he's already got 2 tanks, he has a third tank on the way. This all-in is going to be difficult to execute, but yeah, it's 2 base all-in from Wayne.
Well, might as well try his hand and try to get something done here. Because of the wall and how thick it is, it's also going to be difficult to get on top of these tanks with corrosive vials.
Yeah, we're going for
See
the
here,
wall.
Wayne. Yeah, just vialing down the wall while he can.
Yeah, we're going for the wall instead. Meanwhile, the vials are going to be thrown down. The first tank does fall. We have 2 more, though, to take its place, and Special is holding. Wayne's still not expanding, by the way. He's still committed. He's still all in.
And he is still getting damage done, is able to slip in and get on top of this tank. Not quite able to take it out, though. The other tank does fall. All tanks do fall, but there's not much left when it comes to the army count here for Wayne.
Yeah, Special is completely shutting this down. Stim is done. We Stim on forward. We chase down the Ravagers. We chase down the Queens as well. And Wayne, he has almost nothing left. Remember, there is no third base. There is no droning. There's no macroing out of this. Not from the side of Wayne.
Yeah, he is fully committed. And he's making more Roaches and getting ready for round 2. Special did get his tank count reset a little bit. He is rebuilding them as we speak. This is a bit more of a vulnerable position, though, for him to fight.
It is, and there's very little SimCity to work with here. Second tank has arrived. We're diving on top of the tanks. Marines are going down. But remember, we have Stim. GG gets called away, and he runs out of steam. And Special is going to be our final OSC of the King champion for the night.
The king does get dethroned right at the end here, and Special will be taking that crown, will be sitting on top of that hill, coordinated as the king. GG, nicely done here.
GG, well played. That was a weird game. That was it was 2 base versus 2 base there, and again, Special, I would Yeah, I agree with you there. That was just a very kind of safe build at a special. Wasn't very too economic whatsoever. Delayed natural, delayed third base, early tanks there, expecting aggression, and aggression is what we saw. Wayne went for a 2-base all in into 3 tanks, and he just could not break special. Not at all.
Yeah, not quite here. Not at all, really. As, yeah, I'm sure Special himself was planning to go for a little bit of a timing to make use of short rush distance, but, you know, Wayne had other plans, wanted to hit a timing earlier, but unfortunately, like you said, there were already tanks ready, and that was just about it.
Yeah, that was just about it. GG, well played. Congratulations here to Special. Shout out to all of our kings, though. Shout out to all of our champions here tonight. For those that are curious, exclamation mark B in the chat if you guys want to have a look at the back of yourselves. Let's quickly head on over and go over some of those matches earlier tonight. We had a pretty chaotic start to the broadcast and the start to the tournaments, but then we had some wild win streaks.
Oh yeah, we did. We started off the night in the first third with no consistent king. Everybody kind of trading crowns here, but once Shameless took out Honmono, he went on an absolute tear throughout the second act of the night, taking out Spats, taking out Milky Cow, then Mixu, then Nikrag, then Miomaika, but finally fell to Quanta in the third act. Quanta, and it wasn't quite able to hold on to that crown. However, Wayne stepped in, did take it from him just as Quanta was getting comfortable, and then continued on a little bit of a tear. Took out Art, then took out Geralt, but finally, right at the end, did get dethroned by Special.
Yeah, GG. So in tonight's broadcast, Shameless actually walks away with the most wins. Shameless.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah, he got up to 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins in the end. Wayne was able to get up to 4 on his side of things. So yeah, Shameless able to walk away with the majority of that. Sorry, 6 wins in the end for Shameless. So was able to walk away with the majority of that prize money, followed by Wayne, and then everyone else with 1 win to their name. So GG, very well played here. Shout out to Shameless and Wayne for their win streaks. Shout out to Special, of course, towards the end. Like an unsung hero here in a wild card was Quanta, right? Quanta was one of the top Shameless of all players. That is not a player that I would have called. So it was really cool to see Quanta also kind of flex himself and showcase himself to the viewers, to the people in the chat.
Yeah, very impressive. Very very effective and very potent timing as well. That he utilized to take out Shameless. He did pull the boys. He wasn't all in, but then he saw an opening and he went all in, and he won. Oh yeah,
did take it in the end. GG, well played. Congratulations to all of our players, of course, and I hope everyone in the chat enjoyed themselves. If you want to support the OSC King of the Hill, consider following OSC over on the social medias, especially because OSC, they host and sponsor a lot of tournaments. And they're not all here. They're not all here on the CranKy Ducklings. You know, sometimes, you know, Wardy's covering events, or Dave Testa, or Chicken Man, or maybe one of the other community casters out there. Again, we do try to cooperate and partner with a lot of other English casters to kind of bring you as much StarCraft as we can, like OSC King of the Hill, like the OSC Season Championships as well, and even the Rising Star tournaments. A lot of content. A lot of content.
It's all coming down, so much appreciation to OSC for organizing all of these and continuing to support our players. If you would like to contribute to that, there's a link right over there.
Exclamation mark OSC in the chat. Likewise, shout out to Eddie, by the way. Eddie, he wasn't just adminning today's tournament, but Eddie's also the owner of OSC, and he does have a lot of passion, does put a lot into StarCraft, into Hearthstone, and sometimes into other esports as well. Otherwise, thank you so much for watching. Thank you so much for the support. We are done for the night, and thank you so much, Yaku, for joining me here as well. It's been a while since we've casted together, and it was a bit of a longer one here tonight. It was a 4-hour cast. We put in the work. But
unexpectedly, but great games that we saw. Well worth the time.
Definitely. If you're in the chat, if you want some more content, if you want some more StarCraft action, if you are unsatiated, then we're going to be back tomorrow with the beginning of the end. Stars War 11. The playoffs of Stars War 11 is going to be held over the weekend, both Saturday and Sunday. It's going to be a 2-day event. It is an offline tournament in China. We were covering the qualifiers and the rest of the tournament earlier this year. Months ago, it went on a hiatus because of EPT Spring. EPT Spring and the regionals are over, and that means Stars War 11 is back.
Man, it feels like forever ago since we casted those. Been a very long hiatus. I kind of forgot about it for a second.
Yeah.
With EPT Spring and whatnot coming in, but yeah, we are coming back here. Our players have gathered over in Xi'an, China. WTL has posted some pics, some behind the scenes. It's cool at the hot pot, and yeah, they're all getting ready, and I'm sure they're all resting up right now for the tournament that's going to be taking place or kicking off tomorrow.
Exactly. So we have Stars War 11 over the weekend. We have, of course, ESL Asia on Monday as well, which I know Yaku is going to be there for as well. Potentially even going to be helping casting over the weekend. We'll see what does happen. Yeah. So plenty of content on the horizon here. Hope you enjoy yourselves. Hope you have a great weekend, everyone. And thank you for watching. Yaku, do you have anything you want to add before we head off for the night?
I'm pretty sure it's pronounced Mount Kojishko.
Okay. Okay, Yaku. Okay. Thanks for watching. We'll see you guys next time. Bye. Ciao.
Bella.